Hello, one. Hello, all. How are we doing today? Welcome to your Escape Corner Waifu Wednesday. That is the day it is. That is the day we are now. I moved this somehow. This is a different. This is a different angle. Who's the skank with the electric tiger print? That is Lum. She was here last week too when I said alien waifus. Because we talked about alien stuff. I need to pull up Discord now so that I can see this extremely long chat that Veritax has blessed us with. What? Why are you here?
I hate Sam Cedar.
Okay,
I hate him.
that's fine.
I don't know. I've just gotten to the habit of reloading this page every time.
Just showing up every
Stream
time.
starts.
Okay,
Yeah, you don't have to like add me on. I can just watch it through here. Okay.
that's fine. I feel like you're there. I should bring you in because you're there.
Fair enough.
Okay.
But it's literally just become a habit. So I don't know. I'm also watching the Sam Cedar thing right now on my phone. That probably is contributing to it.
Kick Michael. Okay, hold on.
Kick
Oh,
Michael.
bye.
Fuck you.
Whew, it is hot today. Okay, we got. Veritax went hunting for a list of best anime girls, but the first list fan forgets Lum at Honey's Anime. Honey's Anime is a weird website. Um, Also seems to be missing the one gal from Bubblegum. Named Bubblegum Crisis? Also no Tenchi Muyo Girls is another anime with dope anime girls as leads that aren't mentioned here. Can't remember its name. Okay, let's take a look. Kanye 2024, a vote for him is a vote for Alien Cheeks. Clappa clappa. All right. Honey Anime. This is a funny website. If no one's ever been to Honey's Anime, I recommend you check it out. It is a strange one indeed. What the hell changed here? One of these angles is different. I know it is. I feel it. Kagura from Gintama. Okay. Pretty iconic. What is this? Best top 10 alien girls in anime. Best recommendations. Recommended for what? We've all seen a girl that is out of this world, and the world of anime is full of girls from beyond the stars. A girl from another galaxy. Yeah, we got that. A Moe Martian. Yep. Quiet, conscious computer cutie that spends time observing Earth. Absolutely. Anime has no lack of ladies lost in space. We could come up with an entire eternally long list of extraterrestrial ojos, but we have to limit it to 10. Do you? We now count down the Honey's anime list. Top 10 anime girls. Okay. Yuki Nagato from Melancholy. Interesting choice. Melda Dietz from Yamato 2199. What? Okay. I think Pops might be the only person who's ever watched Yamato 2199. That's how is she one of the best? That seems like a strange choice on this list. Mizuho from Onagai Teacher. Okay. How is Onagai Teacher not just a hentai? I mean, I guess it doesn't show anything, but Yami from To Love Ru Darkness. Milia Falina, Genius. Okay. What?
Onogai Teacher,
What?
Please Teacher. It's like my favorite show, so we just gotta sit down and talk about it for a minute.
Okay.
Great female lead. Wonderful female lead. Name of our female lead, you can't, even though there's 6 in front of her.
Is she one of the best aliens? Is she an alien? I guess.
Yeah, she's an alien.
Okay. What does she teach?
Chemistry. No, she's like a homeroom teacher. I don't know what she fucking teaches.
She's just there. She
Yeah,
has a husband, apparently.
yeah. That's the whole point of the show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the night she lands on Earth, kid catches her, and because he's like through fucking voodoo hippie shit, is actually older than he's supposed to be. They get married because misunderstandings.
Gotcha. Emmanuel Osario saying Nia Tepelin, bro. She's 10 out of 10. Nia Tepelin for what? Nia for what? Why for Nia? That's like saying my favorite waifu is Rei Ayanami. It's like, you know, that character is supposed to not be a character. That's like the point. Yeah, it's my favorite kind of woman. Shut the fuck up and stay out of it. I've been busy today, so I'm gonna eat during stream. But it's okay, because Serrano's
Don't worry, I
already
got
sent
you.
the precedent.
Veritex knows what's up. He's talking about Onagai Teacher being a show you might think you won't be disgusted with and turn off, but you just can't. You just can't. It's a good show. There's one scene in it that I don't like, but it's one scene. Who cares?
I like her. She's adorable. She's a doll. Oh, I forgot. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That actually might make perfect sense now that I think about it. That might make perfect sense. Why? Okay, come on. Come on. This? There's the angle I'm looking for. I'm a little upset how many alien waifus on this list are just straight up humans from another planet.
That's fair.
Like Aldnoah Zero, she's just a little Mars colony person. That's like
I have to ask though, what were you waiting for? Like, shit, what's that one? Parasite Girls to show up?
maybe. Like at least with like Lum, you've got some kind of special power, superpower. I don't know. It just seems like a boring list to just be like, these are aliens.
That's fair. Lala,
Thanks,
I guess.
Veritax. This was great.
Their number one's fucking Lala. Cringe.
A second best is Winry from FMA. I mean, Winry's not exactly a an alien. Neither is Nia, but yeah. As far as like like waifus, sure, yeah. I mean, you can waifu, I guess, anyone that appears mature enough to be waifued. I think that's okay.
And you can even go below that.
Nia is an alien. No, she's not. Wait, how is Nia an alien? How did I get something on my glasses? That's so weird. Like I'm okay with you having whatever waifu you want, but there's no way Nia Tepelin can count as an alien. Why is this freaking goodness glasses? Goodness. Malform level 1 Demon Lord making a play for maybe best trap waifu of the year. I have yet to be shown that demon kind conforms to our human binary. So until then. In the middle of the show, they find out she's an anti-spiral creation. If an alien made a robot and dropped it on the planet, would you call that robot an alien? If you say yes, fine. But I
think it depends.
I don't know. I don't know if I would count. That's like if they dropped a tool and we were like, wow, look at that.
Mean,
alien.
is the robot designed to be human or like alien?
What if we both look the
I
same?
would-
Humans and aliens look the same.
Oh, that's
It's just
lame.
a bipedal robot.
I don't know.
The race on the wiki does say human, spiral slash
Hmm.
anti-spiral hybrid.
It's either a hybrid. Doesn't count. Look, we don't like no
Well, yeah. Now
half-breeds
now
around here.
every alien, half scientist baby that we have in Area 51 has to be counted as an alien.
Shit.
They're clearly
Now my waifu
chimera.
doesn't. Now Onagai teacher doesn't count. Fuck. Stay losing, boys.
Vertex makes a good statement. Let's examine that a little bit more. The Demon Lord making a play for best trap waifu. I mean the shape shifting capabilities of the Demon Lord already stick them a tier above when it comes to the waifu game. But they also mean that they could shapeshift a big old donger, which sounds not great. And they are sort of tricksy. I don't know if I trust them. I don't know if I trust
You know,
them.
sometimes we gotta run. Sometimes we gotta run that risk, man.
Sometimes you gotta take the risk.
We weigh the pro, weigh the con. We run that risk. Oh shit! The Moemon
NH from
guy.
Moemon, welcome back. I'm still in the middle of fumbling my way through Fire Emblem 7. Which number is it?
Seven.
Blazing the Blade. And then we can do some Heart Gold Moemon. Is that the one I should do? The gold one or the silver one? Or they do both. He's not gonna beat it. Shut up, Serranos. I told you we'll be here
He's not gonna
all
beat it.
year. Why ruin that for the rest of us? What do you mean, ruin it? You were about to get into a serious relationship with a shape-shifting trickster. That should be level 1. Like, here's our ground rules in this relationship. He's gonna drop it for Armored Core. I am gonna play some Armored Core. I don't know how much mileage I'll get out of Armored Core though. That's why I'm ready to take out in the other one. What?
He's already ready to download the Moemon mods.
Ronan, are you? Sometimes I feel like Ronan doesn't read original premises, and then just goes on something that he's thinking about. His Twitter comprehension or X or comprehension is funny sometimes. Current new development called Moemon Soda is being worked on. Currently the biggest solo development. Soda, eh? Mouse shape shifts into hot waifu. Blaine, what if she grows a dong? It's anime! Imagine if Blaine created his own mech game. If I created my own mech game, it would be Metal, is it Metal Warriors? Metal Armor? What is that? What is that SNES game? Metal Warriors, yeah.
Corners. I know just the guy to talk to. What are these? Say their name. Pop corners.
This game. So you got a robot going around shooting stuff? And you're shooting other robots, you're like blasting stuff. And then what happens is sometimes you reach like areas that you can't get through. Or other things happen in a level. Your robot explodes. And you actually have to abandon your robot. And you're like a little, yeah, you're a little dude on. So he's like, he's shooting, and he's a little dude on foot running around. He's like, pew, 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 pew. And he like shoots him. And then you can also, if you find a suit that doesn't have somebody in it, you can take their suit. I freaking love this game. This game is so great. This would be, if I was going to make some sort of mech game, I would incorporate both on foot and in mech combat. I think it's super cool, super fun to do.
That's just like Mega Man. Or Diva from Overwatch.
It's like Mega Man?
That's all Metroidvanias look like Mega Man to me.
Oh. I don't even know if I would incorporate the 2D layout or the Metrovania style. Metrovania, perhaps in just the way that I really do enjoy games where the world is open to you and it's unlocked either through skills where you learn how to do certain things or through sort of item progression that unlocks previously gated areas. I do like that style. However, I'm not married to like, oh, I would have to make it 2D or anything like that.
Mm.
Mostly just the way that they bring the on foot, they bring the pilot into the action. A lot of mech games are like you're just a metal form that's like attacking and moving around, but bringing the pilot in, like the old Armored Core games, where like part of the game is the fact that you're a mercenary trying to pay for your ammo and upgrades, and so if you fail a mission, you don't get paid for that mission, which means that you don't have money to upgrade. If you fire too many rounds and you can't reload because you ran out of money to pay for ammo, like the fact that like there's like this extra management part of things, I think that's a very, very fun part of things. So that's why you like Overwatch? What? I just liked Overwatch because it was fun to get back into a first-person team shooter.
It's also like Titanfall, but have you seen Thronefall on Steam?
Yes, much like Titanfall. Thronefall? No, I don't know what Thronefall is.
Yeah, Thronefall.
Drone or Throne?
Look it up. It is Throne, like THO. Oh no, THRONE. Fall.
You don't have to love racing to love Gran Turismo, because what you're really watching is this feel-good sports movie.
Our game
Is that Jordan
Thronefall is
Peterson?
out on Steam, and this is a quick 3-part announcement. In this video we got me talking to the camera, we got the trailer, and we got a bunch of tips and tricks to get you started in the game. This is Victory Dance, cause Thronefall is out right now, this very second. The game I've spent a year working on together with Paul has released
Who the
into early
fuck
access.
is this weirdo?
He's the developer. Or he's Jonas
I don't get it.
Tyroller and he's going to talk to the developer?
Jonas Tyrone. Okay, it's a good game, but Jesus.
And you
I
can
don't
click
like
the link
people.
in the description to go play. But you know,
Why do you hate everyone that has an accent? You hate XQC. You hate Jonas Tyroller. They're just out here trying to make a living, and you're like, I hate them.
Look, I was just thinking. I don't want to see. I thought you were gonna look him up on Steam, like the game on Steam, not some random guy talking about it.
This is a third game. They've made 2 other popular games. It's only 9 minutes, and I can actually see some like what's going on.
This video appealing to huge audiences. Who cares? Bernie, a lot. Not every. I sure.
So you buy stuff, you upgrade stuff, you run around.
This is Thronefall,
sort of build a
our
base.
minimalist game about building and defending your little kingdom. My name is Jonas, I'm one half of Grizzly Games, and in this video I'll give you a quick overview of what to expect from the game. With Thronefall, we took everything we love about classic strategy games and tried to condense it down.
I like that. I like that idea. That looks like a fun one.
It is. Stronos played it during Next Fest. That's how we know.
Yeah, that's how you know. Now I know.
Yeah, everyone would know if he made the damn video.
He's turning into our very own.
You, our very own
Me?
you.
Why me?
Because it's been like over a year since you started making that damn Ava video.
Has it? When did I say that originally?
I think so. It had to have been like this time last year. Like you're always talking about that. And you're like, oh, maybe I'll make a video, and then like a year later, you're like, okay, I'm gonna start making a video. Yay, he's re-recording the footage. This is gonna be great.
Moimon Soda sounds okay. Soda is made in Pokemon Essentials and features a new map, story types, and 100.
Oh shit, a new map? That's pretty cool.
What the heck is Pokemon Essentials? People like break down the actual like base code so they can just swap stuff out.
Yeah. I'm not turning a bit like Lofty. Damn. Why y'all gotta say shit like that?
Game translations are easier. Huh. That's really cool. It's like a RPG Maker, but for Pokemon games. That's badass. Way to go. Who do I compliment? Who gets the...
Yeah, who's the single developer who did it?
Yeah, the one guy who's not, like, seen the light of day for 10 years.
He ain't like the rest of them.
No, he built different. How it works? I don't care about how it works. Who made this thing? It is managed and updated by Maruno. Recently received a DMC takedown in 2017. Way to keep going, Maruno. Attaboy. Nintendo won't make a Pokemon maker, but you made a Pokemon maker. Kampai.
It was probably just made already, I would think. Maybe he made a completely new one.
Oh. Hold on. This is the full thing here. Created by Pochel, who based it on Flame Guru's Pokemon Starter Kit, and now it's managed by Maruno. All right, compile all of them.
And Radical Soda.
No, Radical Soda is the one that's making this new thing. He gets a separate compile.
Yeah.
The new Moemon
Oh,
soda.
that's what you're talking about. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I was just looking at this Essentials kit. Like the thing that's actually like the backbone to like just easily make these things.
Yeah, I feel you.
Radical Soda sounds like a bad, but I love the
All right.
idea.
What shows did you watch?
Why are you trying to re-rail this conversation?
I control the flow of the stream. I do that.
I don't remember what I watched. Hold on, give me a second.
It was me.
It was me. I'm the one. Okay, that one. That one.
I giveth and I taketh.
That one. That one. Did I also watch episode 4?
Maybe.
I'll talk about what I've seen. Maybe someone will be like, "That's episode 4. What are you, moron?" And I'll be like, "Yeah, whatever. You like it." Ooh, we can add that one to the list. And good. Okay. So pretty sure this one is yep. Boop. Boop. Bum 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 bum.
What are you talking about, Jumnir? I'm single-handedly railing this stream.
Boom. Boom. Prepping for all the reviews to come now. But Alex isn't here because we're doing reviews. Like I said, you can see the image of the game in the Discord under soda version. Okay. Discord.
Hello, George Trahan.
Yay, George Trahan's back. Moemon soda version. Here's the dev room. Here's the sprite options. And here are the updates. Ooh. There's some very, very fun looking pixelated art here. I love this this like 3D looking pixel art. I think this is some of the best there is.
I think that's just how it looks in Pokemon Diamond and shit.
Yeah, I still like it.
Obviously, it looks better. It does look a lot better, but
Like
yeah,
like,
I think I recognize a lot different.
like I also enjoy Link to the Past, you know, but
yeah,
a big part of it is just having that 3D look while you're still using 2D sprites.
the hell is a Gluck?
They aren't Pokemon anymore. They're fully newly made creations or something. Sounds like.
Hell yeah, they're changing them.
A Twish? Who the Twish popping up over there?
I'm trying to see what's hovering over, but I can't.
Alt sprite submission.
Wait. Fairy type is now maid type. That's awesome.
These submissions are kind of Looks like people are just giving their ideas. Is it in the
Yeah,
demo
probably.
room? No. Made is a new type.
Oh.
Ooh.
Okay. That's cool.
Also, there's... I don't know if these borders look different and new. Very fun.
Yeah.
Is it the Canadian type?
It looks like they took, and this is probably something that was already done by other people, but it looks like they took Gen 5 and made it one screen.
Oh, interesting. Are these human versions of Pokemon? Yes, George Trahan. There is this thing that we love called Moemon, where they make Moe cute versions of Pokemon. Look at these. Bulbasaurs, Ivysaurs, Venusaurs, Charmanders. And they re-sprite the entire game. So you can play it with these actual cute Moe characters for the whole thing. And there's a new one coming out that is... It seems basically all original. Pronounce my name right. Wait, is this supposed to be Tran or Trahan?
It's probably Trahan.
I like Trahan. It's a fun one to say.
Yeah.
Anyway, get some more.
Yeah, eat it.
Mm.
Eat the nuts. Do it.
It's Korean barbecue pork beef jerky.
Yeah, eat the nuts. Do it. Oh, damn. Fear looks pretty good.
That's the second time I said it. Uh-oh. Which one was the second time I said it?
It was when you said,
Was it
like,
Trahan?
Trahan? No, I think you just said
Tran.
Trahan. Yeah, Tran.
George Tran.
You said, like, Tran.
Canadian type? Oh, NH. In Canada, they have this service that helps people self-delete themselves. And it's called MAID. M-A-I-D. What does it stand for?
Yeah.
I was on a panel discussing it. It's called Medical Assistance in Dying.
They didn't even do, like, euthanasia. No, it's in dying.
Oh, and they could have done it MAID, M-A-D-E, like Medical Assisted Dying Experience. No, it's Trahan.
Oh, it's Trahan.
Yeah, I was right. Okay, Trahan.
No, it's Trahan. See? He put the squiggly line on
Trahan?
it.
No, it's a straight line. That's Trey. Yeah. So Futurama was accurate. True. But yeah, we on that. I did a panel. If you're interested, that darn kidda had the episode. We watched a news report on someone who was like, I don't feel good, and I've got diabetes, and that's considered a life-altering disease, so I can go have myself deleted from Canada. And it was just this thing. There's some weird parts in the interview, because in the way they cut the interview, when the mom of the kid finds out that he's got an appointment and she reads the appointment letter, she's in the edit, her first action is to go to Facebook and contact everybody and say, everybody, we gotta tell him how much we love him. And I'm like, they cut something out here, because, like, if you're a mom and your kid says that, your first action should not be going to Facebook unless that's why the kid is already thinking like this. No, not Han, like the A in hand. So Han, like Han Solo. But it is a more interesting discussion to be had too, because now we have a huge influx of life-saving organs from Canada, which silver linings to every storm cloud, I guess. Oh, you mean it is pronounced like the A in hand? Okay, Trahan.
See?
Man, that. Why don't we have a phonetically spelled alphabet in English? It ruins things.
No, that'd be trash. He just needs to phonetically spell it for us.
It's not really difficult.
Don't apologize.
Yeah, no,
It's not hard.
it's not hard. It's
It's
just difficult to read.
Yeah, it's not hard to pronounce.
Just needs to get in the stream and grab Ja Rule. Yeah, Ja Rule will help us make sense of that. Jujutsu Kaisen
wondering-
episode 4 popping up spoiler Gundams on this. What we all who have seen the rest of Jujutsu Kaisen knew would be coming has appeared, and we got a really cool, really crazy scene. And then some people on Twitter were like, they used AI to generate this, and then also got eaten alive because it probably wasn't AI. I don't know. It's interesting because I knew that the scene we had seen earlier in the series was sort of meaningless because of season 1 of this show and the movie of this show. However, it was sort of like anticlimactic, and it was just sort of like, hey, there he is, and now he's doing the thing. So I'm excited to get to like new content. Maybe we get some future content or something. Something different, something unique. I think this sort of cult that they've got could be interesting. They appear to be obsessed with the body, but I think we're sort of transitioning because the interesting thing that they have set up is that the characters as we know them in the first season are almost on opposite sides of the battlefield. So it's sort of like if you if you were watching a movie about the Civil War and like General Lee was like, we need to free all the slaves, you'd be like, wait a minute, I remember from history that he's supposed to be the other side. And then throughout the movie, you see how he transitions to wanting to fight for the South. That's sort of where we're at right now with Jujutsu Kaisen.
So what you're saying is it was a prequel.
Yeah, I've been saying it's a prequel since the beginning, right? Have I not said
I
that?
wasn't listening at the beginning.
Well, I mean, like, since episode 1.
Mm-hmm.
So on Wednesdays, we talk about waifus. Yes. Waifu Wednesday.
Eventually.
Yeah, we do reviews, and then we do top 10 lists, and then we'll arrange the waifus for the season. You missed it? Oh, yeah, you weren't here yesterday. I got a haircut. Much shorter hair. Yeah, I am the butcher of Indian names, as well as the Indian language, which is Hindi. Lest I be called racist again.
Is it Hindi or Hindu?
No, Hindu's the religion. Hindi is the language.
I thought Sunni was the religion. Or Shiite was
That's Islam. Islam has Sunnis and Shiites. It's sort of like Catholics and Protestants, from what I understand.
So, I forget. Why did they split again? Why did India split in Afghanistan, India?
You want to know why India and Afghanistan split?
Yeah, because they were once the same, but then, like, Gandhi died.
Probably has something to do with the way Britain owned them, or... According to Cora...
Hey. Yeah, keep asking Cora. Don't look anywhere else.
I think this is okay. Hey, look. Afghanistan was recognized as an independent country in 1876. The British were frightened by the revolution against the British in 1857 and following the principle of divide and rule, first separated Afghanistan from India in 1876, and this continued till 1947. Look at that. I made a guess in
Look,
some random this Cora supplier, their last name is Shiva, so I'm
Look, we all try to ignore things sometimes, right? And that's what I'm doing right now. I'm trying to ignore the reality of Serranos being in the waiting room the entire time you were doing that.
Jesus Christ, shut the fuck up. You don't know anything you're talking about, Michael. Please stop equating Hinduism and Islam. They're completely different. There is no connecting factor except for the fact that the Islamists invaded India and controlled large portions of it for significant periods of its history. They're completely at odds. They absolutely hate each other.
So when did British invade Palestine?
What? That's not connected to India. Pakistan.
How is that different?
I know that specifically.
Palestine was.
I think I know a lot about India.
Palestine was later.
Do you know anything about India at this rate?
I'm pretty sure Gandhi was killed by a gun.
I'm now interested though, because if I was right that Britain sort of said, "Hey, this is Afghanistan now." Now I'm curious where
historically there was
them came from. What is it? Pakistan?
I'm pretty sure
Pakistan.
there are two sects of Hindu that split, and that's why India is currently split.
No.
What do you mean India is split? What are you talking about?
Afghanistan?
No,
It's not.
no, that's not what it is. Afghanistan was never considered to be part of India.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but Pakistan was.
Pakistan was. Pakistan
That's what I'm
split
talking
off
about.
because there's a far more significant Sunni population.
See?
But they're not Hindu.
They're not Hindu.
What was I saying though?
You were saying that
Afghanistan
Hindus were
was,
Sunni and
Afghanistan is on the
Shiite.
edge of the Persian Empire.
That's what I was saying.
Pakistan
They
is
split
just
up.
like a little bit beyond that. It's the Indus River
We
Valley.
had the
Put
Yeah,
your
the
put your
Sunnis and
seatbelt
we
on,
have the
NH.
Hindus.
We're getting some whiplash today.
EU Durin line.
Yeah, because
Not the-
Iran
not the
is
Durian line.
is what we called Persia.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah. That part I'm aware of. But there's this interesting thing that I just read that said that Afghanistan's borders were separated out by the Brits in like the 1800s.
I'm gonna be real. I was talking about Pakistan
Because that was the
entire time.
extent of their control because they didn't go any farther than that.
Yeah, I was mixing up Pakistan and Afghanistan. I was talking about Pakistan the whole time.
Yeah, and you didn't know.
The
Yeah.
Durrani Empire-led conquest at its peak encompassed land that spanned from eastern Iran to northern India. However, Dost Muhammad Khan is sometimes considered to be the founder of the first modern Afghan
Because I mean,
state.
typically in that area outside of Iran, most there weren't really nation states in quite the same way. It was a lot more about the ruling family's name.
Yeah, because I remember watching a video. I don't know how true all of it was, but it was like how Saudi Arabia is going to fall apart once we don't need oil anymore because that's the only thing that's keeping them around. 'Cause there
Well,
was just
that's
a
why
bunch
they're
of
diversifying.
There's
They're
a bunch
going
of
to.
ruling families that are like fighting forever, and then they were like, oh, now we got oil, and now they got a problem.
They're more consolidated. They have like obviously plenty of internal power struggles like any nation, but Saudi Arabia is specifically trying to get away from oil dependence and are moving into other things.
That makes sense. I don't know what they could do.
They're investing in Western markets generally.
Like, get a service economy over there, like. I mean, what else would what else would you do?
Well, I
if you're
mean,
sitting on-
and they're basically gonna try to become a hedge fund, really. And that's kind of what they do, yeah.
But they only have money. They're only rich. They're only good with money because they have so much money. They literally don't have to tax people because they can just sell
Well, I
more
mean-
oil.
Well, I mean, like, what does Norway do? What was their economic output outside of oil?
Norway's economic output is rally drivers, and don't you forget it. Same as
So
Finland.
nothing. They don't have anything.
And don't forget Legos. They come from one of those.
I'm sure
damn
there's more
states.
sports that comes from Sweden. Or sorry, I almost said it wrong. That comes from Denmark.
Oh,
I was thinking
doesn't-
of Sweden because of other reasons.
Gotcha. The
Rock the
Mujahideen, I know
Casbah,
them.
rock the Casbah, Sharidah.
Yeah, so it looks like 1709, we got dynasty, we got an empire, we got a kingdom, the emirate.
Yeah, Emirate's just like
Dost
a
Mahani.
Islamic
This guy
religious
unites
state.
it.
Yeah, the Sunnis.
Yeah, typically yes. I'm not sure if I don't actually remember if Shia used the term Emirate, but I do know I don't think the Shia ever controlled that area because the Shia branch of like Islam is much less popular.
Mm. Wait, why? Why is it less popular?
Because it wasn't the first one.
That doesn't make any sense. Are there more Catholics than Protestants in the world?
I believe. Well, actually, no. I don't think there are. Because
That's what-
Catholicism is just the singular Catholicism. Everybody's
Right, whereas
Catholic.
Protestants
Catholic.
get
Protestants,
Baptists
everything
and
else.
everything else.
Basically, yeah.
Eat shit, Gemini. I saw that. Fuck you.
British
He knows what he did. Don't worry.
Raj. Yeah, so just Pakistan. A lot of people are fighting over Pakistan. All
Pakistan
India
is a
Muslim
lot
League.
better than Afghanistan. There's like way better resources and just arable land than Afghanistan. It's not even close.
Oh, as far as just stuff in the land.
Yeah,
okay.
the reason you want to be there. Yeah, the Pakistan
Oh,
is way better.
This is my favorite ethnic group is Punjabi.
Yeah.
Because it just it sounds like a slur, but there is there's a Punjab grocery store over by the SeaTac airport, and every time I see it, I'm just like, have Punjab grocery.
Yeah, Punjab actually there used to be a state. They actually used to have their own state in India before the British came.
That makes sense.
I actually don't remember if they were destroyed by the Mughal Empire or not. I assume they still exist in some context for a while.
Bactria.
Well,
Okay.
apparently, it's like 38%.
So 711 CE. When we got the Muhammad Qasim Islamic conquering. Then it was colonial. Because of course it was. Thank you, Britain. Now we all have to deal with, oh, you guys are colonizers. Thanks to your fucking bean-eating asses. Then the Pakistan movement, 1946. Man, so much of this stuff is so much more recent than you ever think.
Yeah, generally most of the history of India, where we would be even have not good knowledge of it, like because Western influence was
Independence
when
and modern. Yeah, this is all post-World War II.
yeah, nothing
it's because-
happened before Gandhi.
no, it's just the stuff that involves us is because of the British Empire.
Mm-hmm. And we also probably keep better
So-
records of all that, right?
We just don't care about the stuff that happened before we got there.
That's true.
And also before Gandhi got there.
Gandhi got there after the British Empire.
National animal is
Like,
the
a
What
while
about
after.
Mecha Gandhi?
Naka Gandhi. Oh my god.
I think we should kick Michael and I'll leave.
No, we shouldn't. Tempuru, we like the show. I like the show.
Yeah,
I'll watch
criminal.
anime next week.
You watch anime next week? What anime? Like 4 shows that you're gonna watch?
I'm gonna watch all of it.
He's gonna watch,
I'm gonna watch all of it.
Tempuru.
I'm gonna watch Tempuru too because it's better than
It's better than
Cafe
Tim Pool.
Goddesses. It's better than Cafe
It's like
Goddesses.
the best show this season.
Yeah, of course. What do you think? I'm gonna fight you on that?
Yeah. No, I didn't actually think that.
No, I'm just shocked that you like it, but not Cafe Goddesses. It's like they're real, like not that different. So
That's because Blaine doesn't like he doesn't savor the wine the same way.
no, I hate wine. All
Yeah,
wine tastes
that's-
like old juice to me.
That's the difference. He just
Meanwhile-
doesn't get it.
I can tell you what kind of wood
Blaine wouldn't make it
was
as a
used in the
professional
cask
sommelier.
for whiskey. It's true. It's the craziest thing. Like I can't for the life of me. Like I'll drink a wine, I'll be like, that was pretty good. I'll drink another one, I'll be like, nah, I don't like that one as much. It's like I know what I like and I don't like, but I have no idea these sort of bullshit that like.
Well, you just need
Waifu
to put on
loves wine.
airs.
She
You
loves
just need to
all of
lie
that.
about it, and then you can be a sommelier.
No, I'm not lying about any of that.
That's not how that works.
Yeah, you just make up reasons, and then you're like, it's got such a beautiful
You know, my
earthy.
no, not earthy. The most like you want to sound like a wine snob. You say,
Nutty.
this has a lot of cat piss and barn hay. That is a legitimate thing that wine snobs say. And I'm like, why do you want to drink cat piss? What's wrong with you?
It's really reminiscent of Vegemite that I had this one time in 1997.
It's awful. But I love whiskey, so I can do that all day long. Just like I can keep watching Temperu all day long. We got a good wrap up to the marriage episode. The little like meeting and everything went well. I think we got a good conclusion with that little bit of a twist payoff where you're like, oh ho ho, I feel like I'm learning. Very, very well done. I enjoyed that one.
And you can't watch it all day long, Blaine, because that would involve rewatching it.
Can't watch what all day long?
Tempura, you'd have to rewatch if you want to watch all day long. There's only like 4 episodes.
All right. Atelier Riza. This really does feel like the best you can do with a video game. Like, it's not poorly made. You're not questioning the motivations. You're not like upset with anything. You're just like, yeah, this is probably what the intro cutscene's like. Oh, I bet this is like the intro fight. You know, oh, I can see how this goes. That's sort of everything. I quite enjoy it. I'm a big fan. Yeah, Vegemite is food from Australia. That is true. What's a transformer-looking dude on the lower right? This is the Tequila Gundam. It is from a Gundam series called G Gundam, G Fighter Gundam, and it is my symbol for I'm going to be talking about spoilers, or what some people would consider spoilers for a show. In order to indicate that it's the spoiler Gundam, I put an S202 spoiler on it, so it actually has a spoiler down in the corner. However, this is from a Gundam series where the entire world, all of the world nations are like floating colonies, and they send these robots in to battle. And so it's, how does Japan picture Mexico? What Gundam will Mexico make? Then it's also, you know, what Gundam will the Netherlands make? So the, the Netherlands Gundam is literally a transforming windmill. Each country has its own Gundam, and it's hilarious and it's great. And so if you see this, there's a chance I am gonna say something that some people consider spoilers. What Gundam did Egypt make? Egypt made the Mummy Gundam. How do you, my mummy? Exactly. Yeah, so technically it's the Pharaoh Gundam. So here's the Gundam. It is the Pharaoh Gundam. However, when you first encounter the Gundam, it is fully wrapped in mummy wraps. Like, it's a straight up mummy. That back where it needs to be. Is there a Chinese one? Yes. G Gundam. Oh, the Mobile Fighter G. So there are Japan, America, Russia, France, China, Germany, Hong Kong, Sweden, Denmark, Mexico, Nepal, Canada, Spain, Britain, Holland, Turkey, Egypt, Italy, Greece, India, Portugal, Malaysia, Singapore, Cuba, Mongolia, Poland, Norway, Kenya. The America Gundam? Yes, there is also America Gundam. It's not nearly as cool as you hope it is. Eat shit. I thought it was funny. I thought it was great. You want to see the Chinese Gundam, or do you want to see the Hong Kong Gundam? I mean, we can look at both. So. Ba-da-ba-doo. Where do I get the Where's just the list of Gundams? Where's the list of suits? I hate this. List of mobile fighter suits. Where is this word? Where are the mobile fighter Gundam? Either one. Okay. Here is. This is the Chinese Gundam. The also known as the Dragon Gundam, because of course it is. And then the Hong Kong Gundam is also known as the Kowloon Gundam. So there's that. There's the Kowloon Gundam. There's the Dragon Gundam. Be the whatever country you are that Japan thinks you are. Hello, Save Roku. The American Gundam is basically Optimus Prime. Oh yeah, let me pull up the Murica Gundam. Neo America. Chibbity Crockett, the piloter of the Gundam Maxter. This Gundam's so simple. So silly. Oh, look, this is America Gundam. So what they do is they take the Gundam Maxter and they turn it into the Gundam Revolver Maxter. It's a much more America Gundam when we make it the Revolver Maxter. So freaking good. I love it. Okay. Atelier Riza. It's Optimus Prime, basically. The fuck is this? Looks like the Power Rangers, the Chinese one. The Chinese one reminds me of the Shenlong Gundam from Gundam Wing, for sure. Save Rogue. Are we supposed to save 6, or like what are we saving here? Roku Jin? What are we doing? I would say if you enjoy the games or you've been interested in what the gameplay is like, if you watch the Atelier Riza game, or if you watch the Atelier Riza anime, you get a pretty good feel for what the game would be like. And I'm guessing it's also got more movement than the game. I'm guessing the game is that classic, like put just a static image while there's a text box below and like all that kind of stuff moving around. No? All right, you get 1 minute out of timeout.
You do not look at the like complete story of a game and pretend like you know what the actual game is like. It's not like that at all. The entire game is just collecting as many items as you physically can and then turning them into like the alchemy you do in the game is completely different from the actual show. In the show they're just throwing like 3 pieces together, but it's like it is so much more deep than that in the actual game. And then beyond that, actually exploring, picking up items, you get a little lost sometimes in the main like island, but once you get outside of it, it's very fun to do. But you don't really get a feel from that from the show. You're like, yeah, they're kind of nodding to it, but I mean, not really.
This looks a lot like the show that I watch.
Okay, you want to look at the alchemy they do? Because you will spend 15 to 20 minutes working on a single alchemy thing if you want to like make it the highest quality possible.
Well, everything in a game is going to take longer than in the show that comes from it. Like, I'm not arguing that.
Okay, but you're like, oh yeah, this 15-second sequence is like totally just like
When
the
did I
game.
say that?
It's how you're talking about.
You're
You
needing
get the same feel
some
from
listening
the show as the
comprehension,
game.
okay?
You don't.
When you watch, look at this that's currently on the screen. Guys making like subtle movements, and then we got to read text or there's audio. Like this is the anime. This is the anime. We saw this in the anime. We like in
Cool.
the anime we saw this.
Talk about the gameplay.
Running around and clicking A. Okay, there's our gameplay. When we get into like monster fights, it's turn-based combat. Look at the way that they do it in the anime. You can picture all of this. All of this is exactly, other than I thought it would be like a visual novel where they just have like an image of them while like text scrolls below. So I'm glad it is animated, but that's not what you're saying. You're like, well, it takes like 15 minutes to do alchemy. Who fucking cares how long it takes to do alchemy? I'm talking about the look. This was exactly what we saw in the anime too. This is exactly in the anime.
Is the entire point of the series. Check out how they do the alchemy.
All of this is still exactly the anime.
Cool. It's a like complete copy of the story. I don't know what you want me to say about that, but you can just look at the gameplay in regards to alchemy.
If they spent 15 minutes doing alchemy in the anime, would you have fun doing that?
In the game?
No, in the anime. In the anime. They spend half an episode on that. Exactly. So they're not going to spend 15 minutes on it. If something is interesting or engaging in the
at all, you don't get a single feel for it.
What are you talking about? You make alchemy.
What do you mean
feel for it?
The gameplay
Look, this gameplay. Them fighting the slimes. This was literally in the show. This is how they were fighting. This is literally what was happening.
This is not literally what was happening.
They literally.
You cannot get the feelings of playing the game from the show.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
This is how I felt. Looking at this gameplay is how I felt watching the show. So fuck off. I did.
No, you didn't feel this gameplay.
What do you mean? I knew this is what the gameplay would be like. I knew exactly what it was going to be when I watched the show.
I don't believe you.
Okay, then have fun. Behind stage, where I don't have to listen to you anymore. So watch Atelier Riza. Don't bother with the game because the game is way too long. It sounds like no one wants to sit there 15 minutes for something that takes 30 seconds in the show. Just enjoy the show. Don't bother with the game. All right, Zom 1 Hundo. I watched at least one episode. Met our new buddy. I liked everything about his character. I liked how he's this fun, boisterous, fake it till you make it guy. And that leading into sort of his character being like, I don't really feel like I am that guy. But then, moving through it, that was great. Really, really wonderful. I liked the scene with the hostesses, or not the hostesses, the airliners, airline pilot, hostesses. What the hell are they called? Stewardesses. But I will say, the one issue that comes in is you're like, oh, this isn't going to end well. So the whole time that you're watching them, you don't really get your hopes up because you know that it's a zombie show and something is going to go wrong. Flight attendants, yes, that's the one. Do you see a little bit of yourself in him, Blaine? No. No, I don't. How am I being a dickhead? I don't understand. We no longer call them stewardesses. That is actually part of one of the lines in the show. However, again, it's a zombie show. It sort of sticks to the typical zombie playthrough. You know when they find safety's not gonna last long. You know that when they run into people, there's always somehow the infection gets somewhere. Quite a bit enjoyable on that one. Recommending people watch a show instead of playing the game as being a dickhead. if you don't want to spend 15 minutes doing a thing in a game and would rather just get the story, just watch the show. That is a factual statement. That's not even like an opinion statement. That's not even a recommendation. That is an if then. If you fall into this category, then do this. Everything follows. So I think I watched episode 3 and 4. I think 4 was the stewardess one. I think 3 was meeting our buddy. However, I don't remember hitting next episode, but I think I did. You never recommend someone Atelier for the story. You don't recommend Fire Emblem because it's a good story? Okay. When's your Atelier Riza gameplay review coming out? Or your Fire Emblem review? Gameplay is the point of the game. Is it? Yukari was great. Sad to see her go. You're about to tear up. Good episode. The motorcycle chase scene, man. The motorcycle was a fun episode. Or the like the jump and everything. That was great. The sexy stews. Perfect. Fire Emblem's next year. Got it. Level 1 Demon Lord, 1-room apartment. We get some more world building in this episode. We learn sort of what the greater government is dealing with, and then this grudge spirit that we see in the room gets alluded to, and is also something that scares our cleric friend very much so. Kind of just sort of a world builder. Like, here's some other characters, here's some other stuff that happens, and here's some allusions to what may come in the future. Really, really good episode 3 on that one. I know I'm behind on that, so I gotta catch up. That is a really zoomed in pixel art. Dark Gathering, episode 2 and 3? Did I just watch 2? Either way, still good, still fun. I like the spirit of how it... Okay, we have the spirit of the week aspect of it, where it's like, here's the thing that is our big bad scare that we're sort of dealing with for this episode, but we still have this sort of overarching story. This is, like, that. What I just explained is, like, what made anime so much more enjoyable to me than a lot of syndicated Western shows when I was a kid. Because when I was a kid and we had stories and cartoons and even watching some older stuff, it was all syndicated in a way that whatever happened last episode couldn't change what happens this episode necessarily, because you wanted to have that week after week after week after week sort of a thing. And so you would sometimes have couple episode things, or you would have, certain series that would have an overarching stories, and those would really stand above the rest as far as things you remembered. But there was a lot of just sort of episode after episode, doesn't really matter which one you watch. Except in anime. When we got anime, you were guaranteed to have this sort of micro arch with an overarching story with everything that you were watching. And it felt like it was telling a story versus just having characters do a thing for an episode. And that I like. I really appreciate that. I like the darker tones in this one. I'm still got fingers crossed on the whole, make a mass cursed spirit with other cursed spirits. We'll see kind of where it goes with that, if it maintains this. Because it does have some balancing work to do with the art style. The art style for a lot of the characters is decently chibi, and making sure that we keep that like kind of terrifying horror gore. Like the the hair choking our main character, even though our main character has that big head, tiny stick body design, it still is sort of a terrifying, like, oh, I hate the idea. I hate the idea of choking. I hate it when I get, like, even if it's my hair, getting a hair in your mouth, like, that sucks. And so, like, the idea of having both of those things paired together, just awful. Just awful. Rurouni Kenshin continues onward with its trend of being the way to introduce your current friends who have not watched the original into watching Rurouni Kenshin. Still watching the dub, still getting tired of Gozaru, but I will pursue. Very, very fun. Love our full cast starting to come together. Not much more to say on that. I think the rest of this is all doodle bops. Or hair stuck to your nails somehow. Ugh, that sounds awful. How is hair stuck to your nails? What? What? In what way does hair get stuck to your nails? Oop. No, I don't want to shrink that. I want to drag that. When Alex Moore shows up, make sure that he knows to go back and watch that part of the episode. That was all for him. Moemon? More Moemon. Boo boo boo. Sacrificial princess. Where is your rating link? Why? Like, ANN is the worst when it comes to this. The other two websites, I can just kind of click on it. My bookmark is always sort of there. But ANN not great on that one. Do you know you get a splinter by your own hair? What? Like your hair is in your skin? That's terrifying. Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2. Good. Belongs up there. It is doing great work. Mappa bringing their A game. The story being something that we kind of are guessing what's going to happen, but at the same time, it's fun to watch it happen. It definitely bounces on that line very nicely. I love this guy's big Inuyasha-ass sword. That was the first thing I thought once I saw this poofy hair on the handle there. Very good. ANN, get out of here, cruise ship. Bungo? How often is this damn site gonna keep Bungo Stray Dogs on the top of the list? How annoying. How annoying of them. My Happy Marriage up here in number 2. Over here we got Bleach in number 2. Psalm 100. Jujutsu, 3rd. At least it's in that, almost in the 10% category. Anime Corner doesn't get a vote anymore. That's my vote. It's so thin you need tweezers to pull it out. Ugh. Just cut it out. Just gouge it out. Girl I Like Forgot Her Glasses. Mushoku. They got Zom down at 700 in Anime Corner. Yeah, I don't think they... I don't feel like they've got the pulse. Horimiya in number 6. Masterful Cat is depressed again, has moved up. I'm glad Dark Gathering moved up as well. Bleach, 1000-Year Blood War has moved down. I can see that trend continuing as other shows get that sort of newness, that exciting factor for people. These have Rurouni right outside the top 10. Masterful down at 14th. What are we looking at? Ooh. Advertisement. My Happy Marriage. Climbing to the top. Ooh. That's a tough one for me to swallow. No love for vending machine. No love for vending machine. People aren't fans of the vending. Aquatic August Adventures of the Wild Wild West. What the heck is this? This is Waifu Wednesday. This is the day that we look at top 10 lists of all seasonal anime and then adjust our waifu list. You just missed a discussion on Pakistan and Afghanistan and India, and whether or not the story is the reason people, or if people can guess what the gameplay of Atelier Riza is like by watching the anime. Welcome. I hope you subscribe. I hope you like the stream. I hope that I bring something of value to you. And we're going to continue looking at these stonks of the season, since ANN gives us these nice graphs that are fun to follow week over week to see how different shows are doing. When this is all done, we might pull up some buckets, some Sam Cedar buckets, as he and AJW, Actual Justice Warrior, talk. That'll be a potential. I don't have a super long stream today because I do have to be up stupidly early to get the alignment done on my car, but we will power through as long as we can. Oh, and the G Gundam educational session, yes, and Moemon, yes. There's new Moemon soda, so new announcement, new games. Everybody loves Moemon. The designs are amazing, and they're coming up with an all original using the Pokemon building engine. Stupidly early, so 9 a.m. No. The appointment's at 7 a.m. and I have to be what will essentially be in traffic an hour away. So it means I need to leave here at 6 a.m., which means I need to get up at like 5:30 because I don't want to be rolling out of bed, even though it's just a shop, nobody cares at a shop. I like to shower because I hate smelling me before I leave in the morning. Practically late night. Yeah, I should just stay up before I have to head on out. Everything's looking good, though. You can follow my progress over at Blue Oni Bug Eye on Instagram. Most of the stuff I've been posting has been stories. So I moved the my turbo, my air fuel, and my exhaust temp were all on a pillar. However, I'm getting a roll cage put in, so I soon won't have that pillar available. I can always do those like ring mounts to be able to mount them up there, but since I'm not getting the roll cage until after the weekend and I've already gutted the car, I've got the cluster here in the center. I've replaced the clock gauge. Finally got those wired up right. Also, I stuck my Drift Office sticker since that's where I got it all done up. Saved a pound basically by switching to the STI intercooler. I had the Mishimoto. Mishimoto was just too fat. Too fat. So if you wanna follow what I do, you can follow there. Some people forget good hygiene or just don't care. They smell like a dead rat. I can shower and then immediately leave to go do something that's like making me sweat and I smell okay. But if I don't shower in the morning, I I'm one of those people that I have some dank. I got some rank on me. I'm not gonna lie. If you have to be with me, and I didn't shower in the morning, like I will like be as far from you as possible. I am not I'm not a pleasant one to be around. But that's why I shower religiously in the morning. Whole pound egg, put the extra large cup holder in. Yeah, the intercooler didn't save much weight, but the issue is that it's also smaller than the STI. So having the thinner walls of the STI allow heat transfer better. And the Mishimoto has so much steel in it that it heats up and it stays warm. So even though you've got air passing through it to suck that heat off, there's too much mass to the Mishimoto for me to really get the cool temperatures that I really want. Let me see if I've got the... There you go. Here is the interior. I have gutted the back seats. They are no longer. Everything's gone. The hood liner's gone, or the roof liner's gone. It is down to metal. So took off however much weight that is. I haven't weighed it yet. I'm waiting because it's like you take off all this weight, but then you put the cage on. So I think at the end of the day, I'm still going to be sitting right at like 2,800 pounds, maybe 3,000 pounds. But I'm not going to be sitting at 3,500 pounds, right? Back to the stocks. Mushoku Tensei staying up on top. Good for them. Good for them. Zom 100 with the fall off. Interesting. Call me crazy here. My Happy Marriage is not as good a show as Zom 100. Jujutsu, I can see the argument. Gorgeous and, fun story. But Zom 100 not beating My Happy Marriage. Jujutsu not beating it. We'll just call it a fluke for the week and be good. Undead Murder Farce. Look at that, holding steady. Just like sat at number 6. Just sitting there. Sugar Apple Fairy Tale. Sugar Apple Fairy Tale is getting better after not doing so well. Masamune-kun's Revenge. I should get back into that. I liked episode 1. I thought, it's a very silly series. But I wanna get back to that one. What's happening? We're looking at the top 10 list. Or the top list, the stonks list, so we can see the Dark Gathering. Week 1, not a lot of people enjoyed it, but week 2 and 3 brings it right up into the top 10 according to ANN on their polling. Horimiya, a little bit of fall off there. Duke of Death, not great there. Rurouni Kenshin still holding in that top 15. Bleach, Helk with the fall off. No way that 7 Spellblades is better. There's a time when you were correct. When Reborn... So here's Reborn. Reborn was better in the 3rd episode than Rain. But Rain apparently has just a badass episode 4. I'm with you. 7 Spellblades is no good. You never heard of these anime? All of these are anime that are currently airing in the summer season. If you have a subscription to Crunchyroll, you will have seen some of them. If you have a subscription to High Dive, you'll have seen some other ones like Level 1 Demon Lord and Helk. And if you go on to websites like 9 Anime, you might have found all of them. Which I introduced somebody to 9 Anime who, like me, has just been, they have They have all their links. They're like, you know, I hate going to all these websites. And I'm like, oh, why don't you just do this? And they're like, yeah, but I pay for these. I'm like, well, you can pay for them if you want the moral consistency of not having to worry about like, oh, well, I don't, you know, I don't want to not support the American anime industry. But you still want to see them in a better format. And you can go to this website that has a far better service than all of the other websites. And they love it. They're like, how have I never done this? Temperu, nobody liked it. Now it's okay up to these people. Strange to me. Strange to me. Johan the Parhelion, fallen off. Use your ad blocker on 9anime. I will agree to that one, fan site. I have an ad blocker built into my VPN specifically for that. Not 9anime, definitely, definitely. You need some internet protection for that one. Unless you want to be explaining some things to people because you pulled it up in the living room. You're like, oh, oops. Definitely use your internet protection for that one. Otherwise, you get a face full of butts. Yeah, you'll get the stank face from the WWE immediately upon opening that website. Saint Cecilia is still pretty low. Riza's been consistent. Gene of AI pretty far down there. Is this? I'm curious. I need to watch this one because what I need to know is it getting too far up its own ass with its message of what is really a human, or is it in the realm of being like too heady for a normie audience, and that's why it's so far down the list here. Girl I Like forgot her glasses had a fall off. Unique skill, not too much of a drop, but that makes sense. Spy Classroom just tanking. I'm surprised it was even this high. I know I dropped it season 1. You're supporting your local pirates by enabling ads as content. Just know where you are when you see those ads. Just keep an eye on where you're at. Ayaka way down here. Dreaming. There we go. There. Dreaming Boy is a realist. Gene of AI trying to definitely be this decade's Gits. Does Gene of AI have action? Because I feel like Gits gets to be Gits because they also have explosions and robots. Not surprised realist is so low you can't figure out what it's really saying. You thought our Brandon was liking Gene of AI or harping it up for the first 2 episodes? Brandon's exact words, as I recall, were, "This is the psychological anime of the season," which wasn't really a positive or a negative, more just a fact. Like, this is the one that does psych stuff. And I would ask, is it getting too far up its own ass? And he's like, I don't know. So I don't know about it. Extremely up its own ass. Got it. Chiminera is full of ransomware. Well, maybe not. Maybe he just has the Bitcoin to keep giving him, you know, Bitcoin every time he does a thing. Sleep time. Alrighty. Have a good one, Trahan. George. I'm gonna call you George. Like, oh brother, where art thou? George, not the livestock. One of the funniest scenes in that entire movie. The ghost of John McAfee protects your new. Have a good one, George. Can't wait to see you next time and introduce you to more anime that you don't watch, but might watch. Who knows? My dad named me that. Nick named me that. Oh, got it. George's nickname. Don't try looking up George Trahan. He's not. It's not his real name. He's an international man of mystery. All right, welcome back.
Oh shit!
Oh God.
I didn't realize I was getting let back in. Damn.
Ah!
Yeah, Gene of AI. It's shit. Like me and Saraz watch it together, but it is like very. It's not confusing if you pay attention to literally every second in background detail, but it's like very up its own ass.
Makes sense to me.
Like I haven't seen past episode 1, and I don't think I ever will.
If you don't even really want
'Cause
to go past episode 1 because what, like you watch episode 1 and you're like, yeah, I know what they're trying to say.
Yeah, like the whole point. I mean, if you want to do spoilers, I can tell you the point of the show, but it just isn't that interesting.
Okay. We'll hold off on spoilers till I watch it, then we'll spoilerize the whole first episode later. You thought Michael
No,
rage quit?
DR,
No,
I haven't been rage quitting. I've been removed.
I
multiple
hit him in the
times.
back.
It was funny if you didn't realize.
If you see me
But
look this direction, I'm looking towards restream, and that's where I activate and deactivate people. So if I'm looking this direction, I'm probably looking at restream. If I'm looking this direction, right here, this is chat. Chat, you're right here, okay? Semi-straight, so I can kind of look up here and see the chat moved a little bit and give it a little dip. And then if I'm looking this way is my game screen. That's why my face
Where
is over
is
here.
where is private chat located?
Private
Like,
chat is
where are you looking
directly
for that?
below Restream. I don't know what your Restream looks like, but my Restream has all of the
It's the
guests
same.
on the
It's
left,
the
and then
same.
private chat's just below below the screen over there.
Yeah, it's the same. I was just confused from earlier. Never mind. You guys should play Atelier Riza. It is very fun. The gameplay is the best part about it. You could literally skip every line of dialogue, and you would have the same amount of fun as me, who reads it all.
Which part of the gameplay? Because it looks like it has two gameplays.
Specifically making things, because there are two gameplays. You're fighting monsters and collecting things out in the overworld, but then once you get inside your house, you're making alchemy shit, and it is very fun doing that.
Gotcha. Sort of mixes a crafting element and a gathering element.
And really, that's why I'm playing it for, the gathering and, well, no, the crafting element of it. But I do like JRPG elements, so that's never a downside.
Is the battling engaging?
It is. I wouldn't say it's my favorite battle system, but it is like real-time JRPG shit, so, you know.
Do I prefer small melons or large melons? Okay.
Well, you know, when they're too big, they lose all their flavor. So you want to either, so anything from small to large, but not too big.
I prefer large melons because they're more fun to play with. Because you can play like the bat game where you blindfold someone and try to have them bust open the watermelon. And you're like, oh, it's like I'm in an anime. And it's more fun with a big watermelon because it can explode better.
True that.
All
But then small
melons
ones.
take the flavor of a grape and make it huge. I hate cantaloupe, honeydew, watermelon. I don't eat any of that shit.
These are awful opinions. Melons are great.
Melons are so boring.
But you know what you can do with small melons? Like small watermelons, you can take them inside a pool with a bunch of guys, and you can like play a game of football, kind of, where you're just trying to get one melon. Like half the guys are trying to get one melon to the other side of the pool, and outside the pool, and the other guys are trying to get to the other end, and that is great fun.
Okay. So it's great fun.
But I also thought that was
to play.
that was definitely a euphemism for boobs. So
Oh, for sure.
yeah, that was my first take on it.
I didn't assume it would be anything else.
Yeah, I figured. No, you have to wait for her to talk to you.
Oh, how annoying.
But don't worry, like he's in range.
You can also
so.
shoot larger melons like Hickok? Exactly.
True. But also just the flavor of actual melons tastes great, so I know what you're talking about.
You're like
If we're talking about actual melons.
Waifu also like her go-to bubble tea is like honeydew bubble tea with apple jellies every time, and I'm just like, I don't get it. Not a fan.
There was this one type of melon. I I can't remember the name of it, but it was like hua hua or something.
That
Very good.
sounds.
No, it was like my dad brought it home and he was like, I got some Asian melon. Check this shit out. And it was just like a yellow melon. But it tasted really good.
and it's like some with a name like Hua Hua, it's gotta be Hawaiian, right?
I don't know that. I can't remember the actual name is the issue, but it might have been hua hua.
Honeydew is
Or
good.
how-
Sometimes you like avocado, but it's wait, hold on. Honeydew is good. That's a melon. Sometimes I like avocado, not a melon, but it's more either honeydew or winter melon. Winter melons are weird. Aren't they like huge? I'm pretty sure
I
that
found
winter
it was a
melon.
hammy melon. Wait, was it? Never mind.
Yeah, either this is like a tiny human holding a winter melon, or they're huge. One of the two. Weird, long ass looking melons.
Okay, it was a hammy melon, but it was like the yellow hammy melon, you know? That's why it was
Hammy?
weird.
Okay.
Yeah, hammy. Hami.
This chick next to this erect winter melon. Like, what the hell are you, winter
That's why they
melon?
break the summer melons, not the winter ones.
After seeing virtual waifu's boba preference, he thought about returning to her Vrains. To Vrains. Is Vrains that beat him up?
Maybe.
Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains. Virtual trains? Keep that melon away from Twitch VTubers. Don't worry, they're all on Kick now.
Eh. I mean, you can just send your peg down or somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah,
Do whatever you want.
Dance. Just dance to get some more levels. Yeah.
Resistant, she can survive one more hit of magic technology.
Halo Halo. It's either Hawaiian or Filipino. Can't
Oh,
remember.
I think it was Hala Hala. Let me check. Oh, yeah, that's definitely it. That is 100% it. Yeah.
Avocado. Wait, you meant like the drink or boba? You do avocado boba? Okay, I love avocado, right? I will chop an avocado in half. I will put some salt and pepper on it, and I will eat that shit. I love avocado. I love guacamole. I love mixing avocado into like BLTAs, throwing it on whatever. But in a boba? I'm questioning things.
Have you had grass jelly before?
Yeah, I know I have. It's like the dark green,
Yeah.
almost black jelly. Yeah.
I've only ever had it in boba, and it's pretty good. I like it.
I feel like when you put a jelly in a boba, it needs a really strong flavor to stand out. That's why I do mini bobas, just because I like how they get like fully coated in like the brown sugar boba. Because if I'm getting boba, I ain't fucking around. I'm getting the sugar of the century.
Oh, I don't like the actual boba balls. I just meant like milk tea places. Grass jelly's pretty good.
Oh, you don't do the balls? What about the
No,
popping
I'll
boba?
get like
You
a
tried
jelly,
those
like
yet?
a lychee jelly or something.
Oh, okay.
Or like
Avocado runs in the
pop-
veins of P&W residents. It's true. But I've been that way since I was a kid, so hipster
Yeah.
engage.
DR got it right. It was a halo melon.
It's pronounced halo halo in
But
Hawaiian
Yeah, hala
because
hala.
they gotta be different.
But dude, I hate that it's two of the same word because that's just what One Piece does. Oh shit, Lynn might die.
Nah, she'll be okay.
If she crits here, she might die. Okay, good.
You don't necessarily love the halo halo? Hawaiian's a crazy language.
Dude, I tried it once.
Gosh,
It's
so
the pale melon. It is so fucking good. Oh shit.
You bastard. You other bastard.
Oh fuck.
There's so many
They're coming.
bastards. I wish Merlinus could use a vulnerary.
Yeah. Actually, once he becomes a movable dude, he can use items.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm pretty sure, at least he's able to in other games. So, in the one other game, he appears.
There's too
Yeah,
many
the
of these
Halo
things.
Halo no, the Hollow no me.
One Piece joke.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. Everybody, we got Mark-ass Brownlee over here.
Thing they make is a temperature controlled.
Just kidding.
Gerald.
It's Majority Report. Ha ha. I tricked you. That was just an ad.
Fuck. I was
You-
excited.
You thought we were going to talk about Mark-ass Brownlee talking about mattresses.
Oh.
But no, it's him. Captain Buckets. You can tell because his
Okay.
beard is white from his
Yeah.
bucketing.
Oh, I hate this.
I love that you already watched it.
I'm at the point where they've left. I don't think I haven't finished it. There's like 30 more minutes, but like they've parted ways, so I don't know what's up.
I am so curious to get to the end and then follow each one's after show.
Yeah.
Because I've now seen Sam Cedar talk to Sitch and Adam. We're going to watch him talk to Actual Justice Warrior. And I'm starting to understand the Tim Pool. Should we hire her? Yes, we are going to hire her. I'm starting to understand when Tim Pool said, nobody wants Sam on their show. Because he just sits there and argues something that he can extract from what you said. Remember we were talking one time
Yeah.
when we were watching him how he's just listening for the thing that he can like kind of latch onto and
That
comment
is
on.
literally it. Literally
whole
the
thing.
entire show.
He's not actually having a discussion with people. Like in the Sitch and Adam one, Sitch brings up this one Republican black guy in Oklahoma who's passed an woke law basically that says, oh, we can't make students feel like they are bad just because of their race. That's what the law says. And rather than talk about what the entire line that the guy says is, he's hyper focused on one little line that says we should look at the things that individuals did that are wrong in history. And he's like, well, it's not just an individual thing. It's like the whole nation was racist. And it's like, what? To look at the whole context here, bro. He just hyper focuses in on one little thing, and it's super ass.
Wow, he kind of brought that up in this, so be excited for that later.
Do you like AJW? You remember and found him when he talked about Ray Epps with the whole Tucker and Storm the Capitol Jan 6 stuff? So many comments on that video said Epps was a Fed. Actual Justice Warrior is a pretty interesting guy. I don't know if I can really say where he lines, but everything that I've heard him say so far has been useful, is what I would say. Rather than just say, oh, this is like, look at the left, look at the right, look at all these bad things that they're allowing to happen. He actually like pulls in and looks at actual events. Like he had an entire episode on a homeless encampment, how the ones in Seattle are like at war with each other, which is actually working out. I went through Seattle the other day. Not a lot of homeless people on the street. I think we saw 5. And normally you see 5 in like a single block. So they're definitely getting rid of each other. But he talked about how like, here's where they are. Here's the laws that opened up that allowed this to happen. Here's the response from the local city. Here's the response from the governor. Here's the response from the cops. He's very informative in a way that you don't see a lot. But as Jim Nira said, his one problem is that he looks like fucking Jared Fogle. But so far I like his stuff. I don't know if we'd agree on everything. I think we'd have to agree on a lot of things just because of the way that it seems he breaks things down very, here are what people are doing and here's what that has led to. Like, he'll talk about in New York, they have eased up on jailing and incarcerating young people. So if under 21 or under 24, you're now going to do like an automatic, you're not going to get held. And what has happened from that is that you now have gangs that are saying, oh, hey, young buck, you go do the murder now. And so you have a increased rate of youth homicides where you didn't previously, because if a kid gets arrested, they're going to get a lighter sentence now. So it's like, the one thing I haven't heard is exactly the enough of his policy prescriptions to fix that kind of stuff. Like my assumption is like you start with undoing the things that are causing that.
Yeah.
But I don't know enough about what he thinks we should do to know if I agree with him. I'd love to talk to him. Love to dive into that.
Would you say that 3% is a large difference? Just of things in general.
3% is a large difference.
Or is it just like marginal, really?
I mean that definitely sounds like a pretty tiny difference just in general.
Yeah, like you could easily see something, oh, it's 3% down, now it's 4% up. Like you could easily see it going up and down very easily if it's just moving 3%, you know.
Right.
This comes up later. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, cool. I'm glad we're getting place. Oh man, this is
Yeah, I
good.
meant for you to move Florina that way, or Fiora that way. But yeah, dancing just fixes it. So
someone commits a murder, you should have them in prison. True.
But what if they child?
Yeah, but what if baby can't do that? Oh no, Merlinus.
I was not ready for baby can't do that.
You weren't expecting that one, were you?
Nope. Persona 3, baby can't do that, so he makes the dog do it.
Ugh. All right, so this is a live stream after the Tim Pool thing. Actual Justice Warrior was like, "Oh, I'll talk to you, Sam Cedar," and now he actually does, which is cool. He's like actually doing a thing that he said he would do.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm gonna die.
Yes. What's the other guy holding?
The other guy is holding a lance.
But it's also 2 Pegasus that
Yeah.
can tackle in from that spot.
But I'm not. They're gonna attack Merlinus.
Are they?
I would think they'd attack Merlinus.
They might just go for the kill.
Oh man, I don't want to lose Merlinus.
True. Did you make a save state at any point the other night?
Actually, yeah, I've got today's save state. Load state. This one. This
Perfect.
one where I
See?
hadn't moved her. AGW gets into this a bit as I thought, but non-violent crimes are completely out of control, and the stoppage of policing is a massive issue. Yeah. What is it? California now? It's like $900 worth of theft before anybody cares.
Yeah. Which is trash. I can't even get my check passed if it's over 600, but they're allowed to steal 900. You should probably just like drop them off somewhere closer, so you don't So
Well, I
you can,
think
like,
if I
cancel
drop
police.
and then just go straight back,
Yeah.
that'll be effective, I think.
Yeah, you should go straight back and then dance. Because as you can see, there's a Pegasus Knight already on his way there.
Yep.
Because-
Yeah, and then I can block off Merlinus.
Exactly.
And we can make sure. Wait, I want Slim Lance.
Yeah,
Right.
you want lances.
That way I get a double.
I mean, you'll probably get a double with anything, but yeah, you just want lances because it's not ineffective. You know, it's not swords. That's why you want it.
And I'm just gonna Volney pointing us.
Sean, I was just telling the story of before we got into the fun half of how you were on with when Emma Vigeland went on to Tim Pool's show. You were there, I guess, as a third guest. And my understanding, after I got back from a wedding, I saw on Twitter that I was not responding to you, apparently, and I guess ultimately.
I feel like this guy, Sam Cedar, and the Majority Report continue to play up this angle of, well, we don't know. We're a bunch of dum-dums who dingle-dangle all over the place. And it's just like, are you serious? Like, is this just an act? Why is this?
Look, I was at a wedding. I don't pay attention to my phone at my wedding.
We're a small group. We don't have the technology for that. I don't, they just, every time they talk, they're always trying to like push down that they're paying attention to other things. In the other debate that I listened to, he was like, I don't pay attention to this kind of stuff, so I don't know what you're talking about. And it's like, are you sure?
He doesn't pay attention, but he also has like at least a few people like Googling shit for him and sending it to him during the entire debate.
He has to.
He literally, so you can hear the people in the background, like the unnamed voices.
the off-screen voice.
Yeah.
I love those.
Literally one of them at some point's like, Brian's looking that up for you.
Oh, good.
Because he's like,
Definitely.
oh, I'll just look this up right now. And it's like, no, Brian's going to look that up for you. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry, Brian's on the case. Way to go, Brian.
Yeah.
Found out that you had challenged me to a debate on Tim's show, also asked me to go out to dinner. But
Yes.
and I figured, 50, batting 500% is pretty good. Batting 500,
We're
do
gonna
this.
speed this
Not so
up.
much the dinner.
I
But,
can't
Thank
stand
you.
his.
And I asked you, I reached out to you on Twitter, and I asked you what you wanted to debate me on, and you said, my main issue is that I've seen you downplay the significant increase in crime in New York City and nationwide since 2020. The excusing of crime by blaming poverty. Emma did so in person. I do not have an example of you doing this offhand, so your position can be different. And then individual cases, Daniel Penny and the Jordan Neely case, and or the Jordan Williams case. We'll have a debate about that. But let's just let you introduce yourself. You call yourself the actual justice warrior, and my understanding is you are you're a criminology expert. Have you?
No. So I don't.
Criminology expert. Just sounds dumb.
I have a degree in criminology. I have 2 degrees in criminal justice. It's a like petty distinction, but I don't try to get into qualifications that much because I don't think they matter. I think if you're a learned
Well, I
person,
mean,
and you're
you studied it. You studied. You're an expert on crime.
I know a bit about crime. I wouldn't call myself a like perfect expert or anything of the sort.
Okay. I mean, I bring that up because I don't. I have not spent.
All right, Sean is the name of the actual justice warrior. Already sticking himself on the correct side of the Dunning-Kruger graph with the I know enough about this to know that I'm not an expert, that there will be answers that I can't provide you. Good way to set yourself up in one of these bullshits where he could pull some random, what about this? And you're like, I don't know. Well, aren't you the actual justice warrior? Oh, I told you, I'm not like an expert in everything here.
He's setting himself up for success, whether
Exactly.
he gets it or not.
Yeah, lower your lower expectations, increase results.
I think probably the time that you have looking at this, and I just want to give you credit for that.
Oh, thank you. And as for the people hitting you up, listen, I apologize in the DMs in advance. I did not stoke that other than issuing the challenge on Tim's show. But I was not complaining that you were not responding. I still get tagged by people saying that you didn't respond, no matter how many times I clarified. That's how the internet works. But we're here now.
No, I believe me. You don't need to explain that to me. That's it happens all the time. Yes, we are here now. And actual justice warrior. How did you come up with that?
What's that one Pegasus holding?
So I'm a big believer that any qualifier to like justice tends to invert it and make some kind of injustice.
What are you saying?
What's the Pegasus 2 up holding?
A lance. They all have steel lances, I think. I think all.
I think you just kill the one up, and then you maybe kill the second one on the counterattack. If you even can kill, I don't know if you can.
She cannot.
Is Lynn holding a better sword she can trade over?
No, Lynn. Well, yes, actually, Lynn.
A steel sword or killing edge. would probably be good. What is her weapon rank?
Who?
Fiora's.
Fiora's weapon rank? E.
E. Okay, never mind. It won't help trading it over.
Oh, I would die if I did that.
Yeah.
I will do this because this should help with that. I will do this because I can block off a location that they can attack Merlinus from. And then just fingers crossed, I guess, on Merlinus at this point. We'll see.
Yeah, you probably need to pull over a healer.
At the time that I created the channel, it was when social justice warrior was the term du jour among the right, and I made the name. I kind of regretted it immediately, but I've stuck with it for years because, you got to commit to something.
Yeah. And so economic justice, you don't like that that terminology either?
No.
Okay. What's that? All right. All right. Fair enough. Okay. So make your case here about what is the issue you have in terms of me downplaying the significant increase in crime in New York City and nationwide since
Probably dance.
give me a sense of what characterize how you perceive my how I've downplayed that and what's problematic about it.
So I've heard this point from Emma and specifically from you on your show in response to the recent uptick in crime, that crime is not as bad as the 1990s, which is true, by the way. Compared to the peak of America, we're significantly down from that mark. However, we've had a giant increase in crime since the Black Lives Matter riots. You can actually trace it in a lot of places to the month of the riots where we had certain criminal justice reforms implemented that I believe are really driving the uptick in crime. So nationwide, we had a 30% year-over-year increase in the homicide rate. This is the largest increase in American history. The second largest increase in American history is actually 2000 to 2001. And what's significant about that is that's only 20%, and that includes 3,000 people killed in New York City on a single day. So it's the largest year-over-year increase in American history. New York was actually ahead of that curve. They increased 47% year-over-year. And to get into the raw numbers for New York City, it went from about 312 homicides. We were in and around 300 murders in the city of New York per year to 489. I think that's a significant increase. I think the argument that it's not as bad as it ever has been is a terrible argument. And I've heard a lot of people repeat this in response to what is a notable increase in crime.
Okay. So I will agree that in 2020 and in 2021, we saw increases.
I don't understand how you could think that we haven't had increases in crime. Like,
No, okay, but it's going down.
The obvious thing would be like, oh, it's decreasing, but that's like if you look at like a stock and like you lost like 5% on whatever that stock is over yesterday, you'd be like, oh, I'm down 5% on this stock. But if you're up like 20% over the past like three months or whatever it is, who cares? You're not down on the stock. You're still up overall. Like, what are you comparing to is always an important thing to sort of state when you're going to throw out these like, oh, we've risen here or we've lowered their numbers.
By the way, I'm now checking stocks.
Good.
Damn, I'm down.
You're not only down if you were to sell right now.
True.
Don't worry.
And I'm actually up because when I bought it, it immediately dropped it dropped a lot. But now it's like only a few percents away from where it once was when I bought it. So
you know when it drops what that means, right? That's like going in the store and your favorite soda's on sale.
Yeah, but I'm not going to be buying this soda.
You just buy more when it goes down.
Hell no.
That's the rule.
I bought it before they split because I thought it would be funny. Also, I think using a Killer Axe Hawkeye would be a really good move because that might just one tap him.
It doesn't.
40% crit.
Oh, I see.
It won't one tap if it crits, maybe.
He's got a 50% hit back, so I think he'll be fine. But
yeah, he won't even kill.
I've got enough people to sort of like.
Didn't crit, but oh well. No. Still good damage.
Okay. What is it in relation to? Tell me, Sam.
Year over year, without a doubt.
Sam Bucket Cedar.
You're neglecting to say that those numbers are now going down. I mean, because when we talk about the most recent figures, really, those numbers are going down. So we had this peak of crime that was pretty big. Like you say, in 2020 and in 2021, you measured it to the Black Lives Matter protests.
Yes.
I also noticed that during 2020 and 2021, we had a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic that also created massive unemployment, that also created massive spike in pedestrian deaths, that also provided a massive spike in inflation. There were all sorts of phenomena that
So YouTube news the chat. I kind of figured that because it just stopped, and like I know my chat isn't like a 1,000 user chat that's just flying by, but like when my chat just doesn't move, then it's like, okay, what's up? What's up here?
Oh, yeah. Soros was saying use Luna, but yeah, the one does 15.
Yeah, it's not, and that'll set up Kanos to die.
Yeah.
I think these other two can at least survive an attack.
Maybe just yeah. I
I'm
mean,
just gonna wait it out. Wait it out. I don't need
Very
to
good
kill
call.
every time.
yes,
Oh,
you
I'm
do.
wasting a Monicati on that.
It's
and
fine.
also massive spikes in deaths around that are attributed to the pandemic. But from your perspective, the pandemic was not. This is not a function of the pandemic. These spikes in crime were a function of the Black Lives Matter protests. Is that? Do I understand?
It's really the after effect of the protest. But to be clear,
Well,
crime
okay.
has declined.
The after effect. We can talk about the decline.
No,
in a
but
minute.
this is important because what you said is like it's misleading. So crime has declined since the increase in a lot of places from 2020 to 2021, but it's declined in comparison to the increase.
Well,
so New York, as an example, I love
No,
this
it's not.
example.
No. You're misstating that. It is. I said it decreased year over year at this point.
Yeah.
Year over year, because you're talking about.
That's what
You're
he
not like
said.
you're discounting when the peak of crime in this country, or a decade ago, or 2 decades ago, and you're using a year over year increase. And I'm saying that we're now in 2023, and I think you wouldn't argue against this. We have experienced now a year over year decrease both in New York and nationally in like 5 out of 7 measures of crime. I think in New York, the only crime that has really gone up is car theft. But homicides down,
Oh, yeah, who cares about car
But
theft?
down
Assaults
compared to
down.
what?
year over year.
Yeah, but pre-2019, we're still up if you compare it
Oh
to
yeah,
the
no, there's no doubt. In fact, we're also up in inflation, but
Also-
inflation is going down. So I
Also,
just want to make sure that people understand the dynamic.
But 2023
And also during
Crime matters more
2020
than
and 2021,
inflation.
we had this huge spike in deaths from COVID,
Sure.
and that's also going down. We still have more deaths from COVID than we had in 2019, but we're talking about a trend
Well, no
in
shit.
terms of it's going down. And the reason why this is important is because your argument seems to be, and I want to get back to the cause of this spike, according to you. Your argument, as far as I can tell in what you just said, was because of the Black Lives Matter protests, we had police reforms. You would call them not reforms, but
No, they're
bad things.
reforms.
Okay, police reforms that created this spike. So to measure whether this spike was a function of police reforms, we would have to believe those reforms have been reversed this year for the crime to go down. Now, I'm going to take issue with even the fact that there were police reforms that caused this, but that's why it's important that we all understand what's going on here in terms of crime. It went up in 2020, it went up in 2021, and now it is starting to go back down. It's still not at the level it was at 2019, and I concede that, but it is clearly going back down. You will concede that, yes?
Well, yes, depending on the area, but also
Well,
you would have
nationally,
to use, you would have to use
let's say
2022
nationally in
numbers
New York.
because the 2023 numbers are incomplete.
Well, yes, but at this point, 6 months in, 7 months in New York, are they up or down from
Yeah,
last
it
year,
could-
year over year?
It could very well be true that they're down in comparison
What do
to
you
the
mean? It could
dramatic
be very well
increase.
true. This is a hard number. These are actual hard. Do you want?
Well,
do I
the
need to read
NYPD
them?
puts out their data at the
Also, reporting numbers are interesting because there could be a change in the reporting methodology, right? We had a time period in Seattle where you would call the cops and say, "Oh, they just robbed me," and they would say, "Cool, did anyone die?" And you say, "No." "Is anyone injured?" "No." And they just wouldn't show up. So you'd have to know to submit a report and everything on your own. So there's not a hard and fast, these numbers are even 100%, which I find insincere from Captain Buckets. Of course, we had more deaths from the coup compared to 2019. You only shook coons. Only the Chi-Coms are dying from that year. Why did I say Chakooms? I don't know why that was. It's not a chat full of overfloated Hassan or Destiny emojis. Chat, everybody starts spamming emojis. Everybody loves emojis.
No. Only people with the birthday in August spam the
pigs.
black people emoji.
Everybody raise a solidarity fist.
the end of the
Well,
year, and we're at
yeah.
the summer, and that's usually when the spikes come out.
Sean, take it from June, just the 6 months. Do you really not know those numbers? You know those numbers. If I
Yeah,
have those numbers,
June.
you have those numbers. Come
I
on.
hate this. I hate
2023.
this
What
one.
crime am I looking at?
Look at the top 7 crimes. I mean, I don't understand how you don't have these numbers. If I could find these numbers, this is not what I do. I don't talk about crime that often. Like you say, I downplay it, as far according to you.
I know more than
And
you. I
the
know
fact
more than
is
you.
that crime numbers are down. I mean, people can Google
Crime
this.
numbers are down.
Look, here's a story from Patch. Nearly every major crime in New York City dropped sharply. New stats show. This is from the Comstat.
Yes, there's a
Hold on,
decrease
sorry.
in 2023, and homicides are down 3% from June 2023 to last year, June 2023.
Shootings
Like,
in
I
New
don't
York
have every
dropped
stat
about
memorized, but if you
25%.
tell me what you're looking for, I
Okay.
can go find it.
Okay, well, I'll read it. I have it here. New York Times. Shootings in New York City dropped. This is July 6th. So this
There we
data
go.
is 3 weeks old. Shootings in New York City dropped by 25% through the first half of this year compared with the same period last year, extending a downward trend after a spike in violent crime during the pandemic. What else do we have? Murders, rapes, burglaries decreased by about 10% each. Robberies fell nearly 5%, but car thefts increased, like I said.
I like how we're talking about like 5 and 10% changes.
No, it's only 3% though. It's only 3%.
That doesn't seem like enough to be excited about. Like,
He's like, oh
I
my
get
god,
that
I know all
it's
these
good
stats.
that
I
they're
know all these
going
stats.
down, but it. Oh, Legault's too low. I can't use him.
I hate this thing where he's constantly like, I mean, I'm surprised you don't know these stats. I'm surprised you don't know these stats. Like, dude, shut the fuck up. No one cares about these stats. Like, oh, you don't know that it's down in the past 6 months compared to the first 6 months of last year? Like, because that stat doesn't actually matter in the grand total. Is it down year over year? You don't know that.
Yeah, it's like, what about this stat? And it's like, yeah, but the whole point is that crime is still up, and we need to figure that out. Hector just died? No, Hector's alive. Don't worry about it.
He might not be. I
Hector's
wasn't paying attention.
He's gonna be
If Shaw
fine.
says so, probably is.
By almost, well, it's 18%, but nearly 20%.
Oh,
Felony
that's
assaults by
definitely
6%. I can't tell whether that's Class D or Class B. Transit crimes have fallen nearly 4% this year. I mean, you know this stuff. So I just want to be clear. What we're talking about the effects.
Yes, we have a slight decrease after a dramatic increase. That is
right.
true.
Okay.
Like
Exactly.
the overall crime index appears to be down. Total,
Okay.
I think it says 3 point something
Okay.
percent. But major crimes, obviously, greater disparities.
Right. Okay. So now, since and we should say this is a nationwide trend. It's not just New York City.
True, but the homicide spike was ahead of the nationwide curve in the city of New York. And we can talk about other cities, like Philadelphia is a good example. They're actually at their peak homicide rate all time. So there it actually is worse than the 1990s.
Okay. And but also again going down. But with that said, let's talk about now your theory that there were all sorts of let's start with just there were reforms.
He shouldn't have conceded.
So it turns
here.
out there is.
What?
He shouldn't have conceded here. Like, just like trying to move on. You're giving in to his bullshit.
True. Never concede to
Yeah.
bucket seater. Come on, Legault. You're faster than everybody on the planet. I believe in you.
Can he take 3 hits though?
We'll see. We shall see. I got
Hold
2 more
the
pegs
line.
coming in. Wait, do I have a... I do have a vulnerary, okay. Beep. I don't know why I moved back 1. I just felt like it was important. Commercial.
There's no need to spend $100 a month on greens powder. This one from Cool.
After the 2020, because your argument is it has nothing to do with the pandemic, right?
Not nothing. I'm sure it's a factor, but what level?
How big
that
of a
play?
factor would you say? Because you clearly think that the primary factor is the George Floyd protests.
Yes,
and
the George Floyd
subsequent
effect
reform.
would be a better phrase for it. Yes.
Okay, the George Floyd effect. How much? Just give me a sense of like how you break it
Yeah,
down.
they sisters.
50% George Floyd effect and 50% pandemic? No, right? It's more.
I would say a good portion. I don't know if it's specifically like 50% if there's a hard number, but if you want to say, I don't know, 50 to 60%, I think that's totally fine because there were some reforms that were instituted prior that combined with reforms afterwards probably made individual areas worse.
Okay, so all right. So what reforms are you talking about?
So in New York City, we had Raise the Age, which was actually passed prior to George Floyd. And year over year, we actually saw, and Raise the Age, if you don't know, actually makes it more difficult to prosecute youthful offenders in the city of New York.
When was that instituted?
I believe it was passed in 2017. It could have been passed in 2018. I'm not exactly sure.
Wait a second. And when was it instituted, I guess?
Hold on.
I believe it was instituted in 2018.
Wait a minute. We need some more time to Google that in the background. out so I can have
Hold
a
up.
talking point.
How would the 2018 have an effect on 2020? That doesn't make sense.
Wait a minute, you telling me backwards in time affects future in time? I don't.
But the
I'm
spike
gonna
was in
have
2020. Why are we talking about this?
as we look at numbers so that they can put it on my teleprompter.
And the worst part about this is whenever Sam Sears is actually caught, he just moves on.
Oh, of
He
course.
just doesn't respond to it. He just moves on.
Of course he does.
Why
The
wouldn't
Worf effect is better than the Floyd effect.
you?
Worf, like from Star Trek. Tell me this is actually named after Worf. Oh no, I don't think it is.
There are a lot of fucking whatever light mage units. I would recommend backing up to the tree line and having that as your choke point.
Just choke him at the trees. Okay.
Yeah, probably the best.
Sam Sears, the white Bill Cosby, making silly little sounds. He spends so much like. Again, he is just assuming he is actually the one thinking up the things to say, and he doesn't just have a team that's throwing the teleprompter up in front of him. He spends so much time with these delaying speech tactics in order to not say anything, so that when he finally does think up the gotcha line, he can finally have it at the ready. It just, you take everything he says, every minute of speech that he has could be 10 seconds long, and it frustrates me to no end.
But then you'd
So,
be
but-
missing
but-
out on content.
Content. I don't need more content. If this 2-hour thing was what would that be? 1/6 the length, so that would be 20 minutes long. If this was 20 minutes long, I would be happy to look at it.
I don't want to give him credit, but the issue is that it is a live stream, so you can't just decide on like how fast you're going to talk beforehand.
Right. I guess the counter would be that this is consistent with the way that he talks.
I would say the counter is that he acts like he knows what he's talking about the whole fucking time when he doesn't.
When he's making it up on the spot.
It's like, oh, you know all this shit, but you can't like talk about it faster.
Right. There's too many of these damn units.
Yeah, well, that's the price of the Elysian whip.
Is it?
Yeah, because you activated them when you went and saved the village.
Oh.
It always happens, so like, no harm, no foul. But
Well, some harm.
I mean, it's not
Moderate
something you
foul.
could change. So
It was gonna happen either way, but
yeah,
I think they do 0 damage to Canas, right?
yeah, they do, but the knights don't. They do a lot.
Right.
Yeah, definitely heal. Definitely heal. Use the elixir. Like now's the time.
Your whole
Yeah.
argument is,
If,
I mean, you pegged
if,
it
when,
literally to the month.
now.
The
Yeah, for
crime
shootings,
increase.
for sure. If you want to talk about what caused the increase in shootings, in my opinion, removing the
I'm just going by what you said. And when you said there was this big spike in crime
Interrupt.
in
Yeah,
2020,
well,
you
if
said it was
listened,
because of the George
if you
Floyd
listened, I just
thing.
said that there were some reforms that were passed prior to and combined with new reforms, I think created additional problems.
So you think
raise
that the age thing had like a delayed effect, like a
No.
like
So
a-
raise the age made it more difficult to prosecute youthful offenders. Now we had bail reform, which actually came into law in 2020, which made it more difficult to hold people on certain charges, including gun possession. When combined with raise the age, that led to a spike of youthful offenders carrying guns. However, this didn't really come to fruition until Bill de Blasio got rid of the anti-crime unit, which was the unit designed specifically to target illegal guns. So it's a confluence of factors that led to an increase in youth shootings and youth homicides in the city of New York.
What now? How did those? I'm just going to stipulate for just the moment that that's why we saw this spike in New York. How did those reforms in New York implicate the spikes that we saw nationwide? Because we really did see spikes nationwide, didn't we?
So there are different reforms that we can go to that are passed in different individual areas.
So
But the way,
every reform that was passed around, and all these reforms went when? Right at the George Floyd protests.
well, we were talking about New York, but there are different reforms that were passed nationwide.
Well,
Some
but
areas.
you're talking about causality, and I'm asking
Yes.
you. We know that crime went up nationwide, and you say it was in June of 2020. That's
Well, I
when it
said
went up.
shootings spiked specifically in June, July of 2020 when they got rid of the anti-crime unit in the city of New York.
Okay, no, but at the beginning of this entire debate,
I mean, so
you
for
said,
nationwide, one of the biggest factors I think driving crime across the nation would be the decrease in the police force. So we had a lot of officers retire early. This is something that we're seeing across the country. The NYPD is seeing it. The LAPD is seeing it. Rural departments in Middle America are seeing it, and a decrease in recruitment because they're not pulling the numbers that they actually want to see. So I think nationwide, if you're talking about a blanket thing that happened that led to an increase in crime, then I think the decrease in the overall police force is definitely a factor.
okay, so I'm trying to like zero in on this because you said at the beginning of this debate that you peg the spike in crime as the George Floyd effect.
Yes.
And it was the George Floyd effect in your mind that caused the decrease in staffing, police staffing, and that's why crime went up in the nation. In New York, it was partially the staffing, and then partially these other reforms that some of which were 2 years earlier and had a delayed impact.
Yes, some of these reforms. Well, it's not a delayed impact combined with other reforms. It's
Now,
it's like breaking down a house. There are certain support beams that you could take. You can knock them down, and the house will still stand. The structure will still stand. But if you knock down enough of them, they'll fall. And New York specifically, I was talking about the difference that I see between the national crime increase and New York specifically.
Okay.
So yes, there would be additional factors there.
So and really what we're talking about is causality here, right? Because my argument is,
oh God, they're talking about causality. Has this just become a berserk stream? Are we going into that? Oh no. If you have two people that are going to have a discussion about policy prescriptions and they can't agree that lowering the number of police that are available would cause an increase in crime in the area, the conversation's over. Just over. Oh no, Marcus. Marcus is low. It's not good.
Yeah, this is bad.
It's bad.
This ain't good.
Okay.
that the pandemic led to a
But this is
spike in
also
crime.
where the fun begins.
Oh, good.
Largely, there may be other factors, but I would say the overwhelming factor in the spike that led to the spike of crime was the pandemic. You would argue it was these police reforms, particularly in terms of staffing nationwide.
Well, the staffing was
I'm
just
reading
officers
from
retiring for fear of
Bloomberg.
reform
Okay,
post-riots.
Bloomberg from Bloomberg. This is a report from January 31st of this year.
Okay.
Bloomberg News analysis shows that even as staffing levels dropped during the pandemic nationally, police department headcounts exceeded those of 15 years ago when crime was higher.
Okay.
Now, how can you say that the causality runs that as you drop the staffing levels, things spike, when in fact you're still at levels that are higher than they were 15 years ago? In major cities, staffing levels rose and fell over that period, with some changes corresponding to economic downturns and local crises, which you'd imagine. But between 2011 and 2019, police...
Did the population fall? Like, that... If the staffing levels of a thing are higher than they have been in the past, even though they have let some people go, but they still have not enough people for the crime that they need to cover, I don't think that matters. It's still not enough. Oh no, here it comes. He can only do 2.
Yeah.
Missed!
You're going to get hit by 2 to death. You should have healed Marcus earlier.
I thought they were going to go for Raven. I really did.
Yeah.
Missed. Yes. Come on,
I
streamer
think
luck.
the issue is if they do go for Raven, only like 2 of them could actually hit him.
Come on, baby. Sam gazed upon the idea of evil and swore to use the red Barret. Barret. Oh, big dodge. Ah, that one hit. Oh no.
3 for hit him. Damn it, Marcus. Oh, he fucking crit.
He's got enough to. He needs to break this javelin is what he needs to do.
That won't even help him at this point.
Miss. Yes.
Oh. Actually, yeah, breaking it would help him.
Yeah, I know. It freaking sucks every
But
time.
only if he breaks it after 1 hit. Which it could easily happen. Oh, he lives.
Yo! Back to back to back misses. We did it, boys. We're winning today.
Blaine's Escape Corner Gaming, am I right? Retreat all of those motherfuckers except for maybe. How much res does Oswin have? It's probably
not
quite a bit.
ton, I don't think.
It's 9. That's pretty good.
Is it?
What's the average attack of those light mages? Because he might just he's 44 HP. I don't know.
Oh.
You probably just take that shit.
9 is the same as Marcus. There's only a few.
And
that have
Marcus was
higher.
only receiving like 2 to 3. Like, yeah, throw Oswin up there.
Yeah. Either way, Marcus, you're coming to the back. You're gonna use your
Yeah.
elixir.
Some changes corresponding
don't
to
wanna
economic
use
downturns and
his-
local crises, which you'd imagine.
We don't know what.
Do not use Hector.
Oh yeah. Hector's super weak to all that.
Yeah.
Ugh. Okay. At least there's like an end to this wave. So, I want them to pile up. Can they? They probably on horseback they can't go there, but can mages go in the water? No, they can't. Okay, perfect.
No, it's just lords can cross rivers
Lords can
and
cross rivers.
pirates can cross oceans.
Okay.
That's the idea.
Okay, so get you back out of the way. I'm gonna have
Yeah, NH they didn't put a lot of thought into some of these maps,
map is super.
especially the Hector mode maps. That they did not like think these through too much.
Okay, Hector, you're coming back and out of here. Hawkeye, you're gonna get a kiss. Get a little mwah. And then I think your res is pretty good, right? Yeah, res 10. Heck yeah, you're going up there.
Yeah, 10, 14. He should really just have to worry about lances, but he'll live.
And then bring you back. And equip that guy. Yeah, that'll work. Your favorite is
Saramis is
32x.
he's being ironic. He hates that map. It's not okay.
No think, only act. Yeah.
But between 2011 and 2019, police staffing levels in more than half of the 20 largest cities grew, according to FBI data and across the country. So if we're to use your standard of like, don't compare crime rates today to the way that they were when crime was really high in the country, then why are you doing that with staffing levels?
Well, you can compare it to the peak if you want, but if we're talking about a recent crime spike, I don't think that's useful. On top of that, you just read, maybe you didn't realize it, that officers went up between 2011 and 2019. This would be before the pandemic, and crime was dropping nationwide during that period of time. Then we see an officer shortfall, and to be clear, what we're experiencing now
We're
is
still staff. We still have more.
Sure, but-
we still have
okay,
more
not
police
all
than we
officers
did
are equal. If you
15
look
years
at
ago.
who's retiring, it's disproportionately older, seasoned investigators, and they are not so easily replaced by new recruiting classes. And I've gone over this specifically in the LAPD, exactly who they're losing, and they've lost between 6 and 8% of their police force. Now, I believe it's 6 net, 8 total, and most of those are seasoned investigators.
And so, okay, so the reason why, so that's why we're not solving crimes. Is that what you're saying? It's not preventing crime. Investigators don't prevent crime, right? They solve crimes.
I mean, they're not only investigators. A lot of times, either
I'm sorry, I'm just going by what you said. You said investigators, and that's why
Yeah,
the
a lot
crime
of them are
you said
seasoned
the
investigators or
seasoned
seasoned
investigators.
officers,
Okay,
not easily replaced.
Understand.
I'm just
You
using
said
your
better than I
language.
do. I'm just trying to understand.
I'm
your
talking
logic.
about it,
You said
so
seasoned
sorry
investigators is
about
why
it.
crime went
Yeah,
up
that's
because they're
just one
better.
example.
And I, as
I
far
know
as
you
I
like
know,
to harp on like an individual term and all that because you think, oh, I'm going to get him pinned. But I'm speaking very
No.
clearly. I think everybody can understand that I'm doing that. But you're just playing dumb.
no, I'm not playing dumb. You say seasoned
definitely are.
investigators, and I say, well, wait a second. They don't prevent crime. They solve crimes. Am I wrong?
It would also be supervisor positions and all that. Yes. So it'd be very like savvy, seasoned officers and investigators.
And so
if you need that specifically clarified,
what reforms were a function of the George Floyd protests that got seasoned investigators to retire?
Well, it's not a specific reform, but the effect of driving these officers into retirement is undeniable. Just look at the numbers since the George Floyd riots.
It's also COVID, right? No? A
They're
lot
all
of people
retiring.
retired across, I mean, a lot of people.
They're still retiring at similar rates. You think they're all afraid of COVID?
Well, the George Floyd protest ended
Yeah, there's still effects of that protest,
What are
changing
the
attitude and
effects?
sentiment in the country. Yes.
Oh, I see.
What do you mean? What are the effects? There's still buildings in Seattle that are like boarded up and being rebuilt because of it. There's still all of Portland that's like walking the streets of Portland feels like you're in Escape from LA or Escape from New York. Like, it's so dystopian and weird when you've got people literally as you're like pulling up to a valet at what was rated a very highly nice hotel. You're like, here's my keys, and there's literally a dude smoking crack right there, at like, not even like hiding it, like not acting like, oh, I'm gonna go into my corner, I'm gonna heat this up, I'm gonna get this go. No, literally right there on, like, using the newspaper like bin things as his like crack table. Like, what do you mean? What are the effects of the riots and all
Dude.
that?
Someone from Portland goes to my school and he was like, oh yeah, the media like totally lied about Portland. They were hyping it up, but like, oh yeah, like nothing was actually destroyed there. I'm just looking at him like, you are so full of shit right now.
Do you know, like, how hard it is to find a 7-Eleven that is closed? Like, those places don't close. We went.
Actually, one did. One did near me, and it wasn't even during then. It was like slightly before.
Like, closed down, like gone. That's just crazy to me.
It got replaced by an Indian market.
Oh, that's amazing. Dodge.
Oh my god.
Dang it.
Oh.
I spent 20K on that death. Yeah, no, that's asinine. I went down for the Portland E-Prix for Formula E, and that outside of downtown, maybe there's an argument because some of that stuff was pretty normal, but that's the same for like any place that has like a major city. Like the city actual downtown is going to be a completely different place than as soon as you get the outskirts. But like walking from this really nice rooftop restaurant to our hotel, closed CVS, closed 7-Eleven, boarded up. What's the other? Another like mini mart kind of a thing. And we're like, we just want like some cold drinks. They're like, there's a Target down the way, but the Target was like closing early, like, and all their windows
That's
were plywood.
another thing that comes up later. How do you have pharmacies closing when they were the ones getting the boost from fucking selling vaccines?
I have no idea.
How do you have them closing in these cities? That's absurd.
It's annoying. It's annoying as hell. Because they didn't get their check, maybe. It's absolutely not okay when it's just downtown. It affects everyone because that keeps spreading. Oh yeah, I'm not saying it's okay. I'm just saying I could see somebody who lives in a Portland suburb where nothing closed to be like, what? I don't see any problem with the place. Like Chaz, right? Like Chaz was not as bad as what was reported. It was still pretty bad. There's still concrete blocks around a precinct in Seattle to this day, okay? Like, it still wasn't good. Like, that doesn't change the fact that, like, you could go there as a person and it was perfectly fine. But I have a weird sort of respect for gang policing. It's kind of like the Yakuza, you know? However, it was not what I would call a good occurrence.
I don't even know what to say. Like, this dude was clearly from a nicer area. Like, he's going to school out of state, for crying out loud. Like, that shit's expensive.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I could look up. I don't know how far the school is away from Portland. It probably isn't super far away. It's probably further away than I am from it, but like, I don't know. The school isn't like NorCal. And I don't know where Portland is in the state of Oregon.
It's the topmost of Oregon.
It's the top.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
it's very
literally
far away.
we
School's
go
very far away.
south and we hit Vancouver, which is like super nice. Like Vancouver, Washington is amazing. And then you cross the river and you're like, oh no. Oh no. No.
Okay, I was a bit confused because I thought if it's at like the bottom point, like maybe it might be a little closer than I am, but no, it's not. It just isn't.
Yeah, it's also not. It's just again, it's just a lie.
Yeah, it's just a lie either way.
Gen Z geography. I don't.
Dude,
I know people my age that suck at geography, so I don't hold geography against anybody.
As much as it's funny to watch those people not know where places are in those videos, where it's like, hey, where's Arizona? And they're just like pointing up at Nevada or some shit like that. like it doesn't. I don't have use for that information most days, so I can understand why most people want to know it.
It's like Wyoming. You're like, yeah, it's in the middle somewhere.
Exactly.
But when you're faced with it, you're like, oh
I
God, which
think
one of
it's
these
near Michigan.
boxes is Wyoming? Michigan's a
Is it near
glove and a
Michigan?
dog. That's the only reason I remember that one.
Oh yeah, no, I know where Michigan is. I think it's nearby it. I'm talking about Wyoming.
Oh, you're no,
Is it
Wyoming.
near Michigan?
Isn't Wyoming? It's the box that touches Utah, I think, right? If you had to pick which is your number one waifu of all time, my number one waifu of all time, ooh,
Is his wife, obviously.
yeah, other than my actual wife,
Damn.
would have to be maybe, oof. This is hard. This is hard.
Was it Connecticut, Serranos? I think it was
Katsuragi's
Connecticut.
up there.
Fucking Missouri. Yeah, but then they'll point at like Hawaii and think it's Puerto Rico. Fancy.
Oh yeah, because they put it down below on some maps.
Yeah, they always put them in the wrong spots just to be like, there's also this island chain. Where is that? And what is it?
What this?
Name this island chain. Well, I'm pretty sure that's Hawaii because like people have stickers of it that I see sometimes. I don't know if it actually is shaped like that.
It sort of changed as I grew up, but I had a birthmark for a long time that kind of looked like Hawaii.
Oh, that's cool. It was a series of bumps.
Yeah, it was just like four
Yeah.
or five little dots that were just like progressively smaller. I used to have luau birthdays all the time because I was that kid. Not anymore though. No more luau's.
So your parents hated you and wanted you to just do the same birthday party all the time?
No, I chose. They kept trying to get me to do something different, but I was stubborn.
Yeah, that's fair.
Does it surprise you at all? No, I don't think it does.
No. You ever see Despicable Me?
No.
That was a good movie. But you know what was better? The really shitty side scroller video game they made about it.
How would you make a video game about Despicable Me?
I don't know. But I remember liking it when I was 8.
True question we need answering. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Masato
Oh.
Katsuragi for right now.
Yeah, I forgot about the question.
But there's a lot of baggage with that one.
Shit. I don't know if I can answer that off the top of my head.
Oh god, new lists
oh.
have Misa Ackerman, Your Forger, Hinata, Mirko from My Hero, Makima from Chainsaw Man, Asuna from SAO, Esdeath from Akame Got Kill, and Nico from One Piece. Some
Nico?
weird ass choices people got.
Oh, Nico Robin.
Yeah, Nico Robin.
I got so flipped upside down by that.
Yeah, the first one, the freaking rabbit. You're like, what the hell?
She ain't even in the show that much, man.
People just like their muscle mommies, I guess.
Yeah, it's literally Twitter driving that. Well, same with Yor, but
At least Yor,
And
you
Makima.
can make an argument from the series that Yor is pretty up.
oh
there.
yeah, that's true.
Oh, the best waifu of all time, Ario Speedwagon from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
True. He was a great one. I guess
Gosh.
I don't know. Basic pick Rukia. I like Rukia.
Rukia is a good choice. I even at the time though, I still would have gone Orihime on that decision.
I dislike it, but that's fair.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
I don't know. I always saw Orihime as a side character, so I literally just ignored her.
Oh, interesting.
Like she was in an episode early on, and I was just like,
Oh gosh.
side
Don't
character.
go that
Yeah,
far
Legal
forward.
Legal can't do that.
Legal can't do that. Okay, where is this guy? What is his fucking range? Oh, jeez. Okay.
Yeah, you're wrong about that, Saronis.
Bazonga is better than non-Bazingas? Those aren't even comparable.
My tier list, Ruki is the top of S tier, and Orihime is the top of A tier.
Oh.
Is like where they're centered, so they're right above each other.
Twitter, don't you mean Xer?
So it's the sentiment.
Yeah, that has an impact for sure. Officer morale is very important.
And so their morale is down because of the George Floyd protests.
Yeah, because of the George Floyd protests, people are very anti-police officers. A lot of them had their funding cut, and a lot of officers left when the funding was cut, and they're not so easily replaced by a restoration in
So
funding.
your argument is that funding has been cut. Is that it?
Yeah, funding was cut in certain places, yes.
I've got a story here from ABC7 New York.
It says funding was restored.
A story.
Despite defunding claims, police funding has increased in many cities, and this was in October of last year.
Yeah. So what do you think that increase is attributed to?
What do I think it's attributed to?
Yeah, why do you think funding increased when they initially reduced budgets?
I love this. This is the Vivek answer of, why don't we dive into this? Why don't we triple click on this one?
He's just like, yeah, why do you think that is?
Yeah.
Dumbass. Explain to me why you think that is.
Okay, I'm gonna hold
Did you ever sit someone on the throne? Because you need to do that.
on this throne. No,
Yeah.
apparently.
No, you need to do them on all the thrones.
Apparently, I.
That's why
I
it
have
still says
not.
3 points.
Okay, so I can go here. What? You guys just keep missing each other?
I mean, you don't even need to do Hector. It just needs to be anyone.
Oh, it's literally anyone. Oh, that's.
It's literally
that's,
anyone. It's just capture the 3 points, and then you're good.
That's nice.
Shut up. I'm zeeting.
You're gonna zeet now.
Yeah, I'm a zeeter.
Why they call Twitter's X? Because everyone can talk about it. Elon is the dumbest genius on the planet. I say dumb because he comes up with ideas where you're like, that's fucking stupid, bro.
I just don't like that I click on the app and it says Twitter, but
it's,
I mean, I like that I click on the app and it says X. I just don't like it.
Yeah, I hate the looking for it now because I look for the bird and I'm like, ah, fuck, it's right. It's this stupid X now.
Okay.
But we're all talking about it.
My phone, the way I have it positioned is it's literally the only thing in a folder. So I know always where it is, but it's like, I just don't want to click on the black square.
You can put it in a folder when it's the only app. You can't do that on a Samsung.
Oh, no. It's like the second page on the only app.
Oh,
in the
okay.
folder. But also, I think you can just have something by itself in the folder. I don't know. Like, look, if we're talking all-time waifus, like, obviously you have, like, half the girls in Fairy Tail, and there's lots of good ones. So, naming a best one is very hard.
That's true. And it's not like real life where you're literally married to them.
Yeah, but then, like, I like to be fair, and I think that acting like you would be is fair.
Like picking one where you're like, yes, I would actually.
Okay, so
hang
my
out
tier
with
list,
this one forever.
I don't have S, A, B, but like it's positioned like that. But like S is top tier, and then A tier is Mary tier. Like, you know,
DR, I'm pretty sure that that's not true. Everyone wants to look at Elon and his father's emerald mines, but I don't think his father was actually involved with his life. Elon is coasting off the fact that he helped develop PayPal. That is, like, he and a bunch of nerds got slammed into a locker, and when they fell out, there was this program that let people give each other money without actually being a bank or a processor or anything like that. And he was able to create that and sell it to fucking eBay. And he's been able to coast on that kind of money for the rest of his life.
Yeah, if someone in the future is like, oh my god, this kid's the son of Elon Musk, he's coasting off his father's shit, it's like, I won't believe that for a second. Elon has like 40 kids. Come on.
Yeah, which of his children are we talking about?
Which of his heirs do you wish to speak of?
His sires.
Young Master number 47.
It's also just it's far too common for generational wealth to disappear in a generation. That's why there's so few truly rich family lines. And you can talk about like just the few of them, like the ones that run Walmart, for example.
Because all it takes is one dude to fuck everyone
Who
over.
talks about the Hearsts anymore? Nobody, because they couldn't get out of the newspaper game.
Actually,
you talk about the
we
Hearsts?
do in our area. We do, yeah.
Who?
They I don't know if it's still the family, but it's the name of a ranch that sells beef everywhere in our area.
They sell beef.
And there's also the castle, Hearst Castle.
Yeah, the castle, but doesn't the castle just do like tours? Isn't that all they do now?
They do, but like it's also like part of the ranch that sells all the beef. It's very good beef. Like Hearst cattle.
William Randolph Hearst, the Hearst Family Museum.
Look, I know you're using them as an example, but my dad never shuts up about it. We'll be having dinner. He'll be like, this is Hearst cattle. I'll be like, yeah, I figured.
We get Swift cattle usually from Oregon.
No, that doesn't sound like a family's last name, so I don't want it.
Swift? That sounds like a family's last name. Like we're the Swift family farm. Like
Jack Swift. Like no.
Hold on.
Andrew Swift. I don't like it. It doesn't roll off. That'd be like someone named Andrew Muscular,
Swift meets. Let's see. Founder? Gustavus Franklin Swift. In 1839.
Never mind. That guy's allowed. That guy can have the name Swift.
Yeah,
I like it.
His first name's Gustavus.
I just can't imagine someone today having that name, like Giovanni Smith. Yeah, or Swift. Yeah, I can believe that.
He has 11 kids, so there's 11 Swifts that he made in the 1800s.
Which one ended up making the Swiffer Sweeper?
He said I'd never amount to anything, but I couldn't carry the Swift name, but I fooled them and I made it the Swiffer name.
It's that stupid show. I'm reborn as the 8th heir or some
right?
shit.
Not the progeny anymore.
And then he's bigger than the rest of the family because he owns Swiffer.
ABC-owned television stations examined the budgets of more than 100 cities and counties and found 83% are spending at least 2% more on police in 2022 than they did in 2019.
Yeah. So what ended up happening was post the pandemic, post the George Floyd riots, you had a defund the police movement, and cuts were made to budgets, like, for example, the LAPD. Now, their budget was cut. A bunch of officers left the force, like I said, net 6%, possibly 8%. Again, the numbers update monthly. And then you have officers who supplement for that working overtime. And now you're less productive when you're working overtime. But if you look at the LAPD's budget, it says defunding, and there's stories about this, how defunding the police actually led to an increase in payout of overtime. So you still have less officers working, and now they're working more hours. So you're actually you're also getting poorer results. Well, again, it's also driving down recruitment. So yes, less officers, less overall staff at these places. So yeah, they might have, and again, some places cut the funding, and then in 2020.
This is Mouse Interlock, and I'm trying to get your attention that this is the
there were less ads
bike
on
mount.
the
What?
There were less ads on the actual Justice Warrior vid of this.
This is the actual Justice Warrior vid.
Oh, weird. I thought you were watching the Sam Cedar vid.
No, it's actual Justice Warrior re-uploaded it. But he re-uploaded like the capture of the Sam Cedar vid.
There's a YouTube video on the founder of SwiftMe. I'm opening it. Don't worry.
It's not.
Oh.
It's Geminere giving us the...
It's just John.
It's always a guy like Phil Swift, Johnny Starr. You never get a guy coming out like, it's me, Josefi Krakowski with Flex Tape.
Notice how you skipped over 2020 and 2021.
No, I just read what it said here because we're comparing everything to 2019.
But that doesn't bring people down. That doesn't bring people out of retirement. No, you said this current fiscal year, compared to 2019. There was a funding reduction in a lot of places in 2021.
Right,
Then the
but we are
restoration
now-
of funding and an increase in funding in a response to an increase in crime. But that does not make
It's not
officers
year over
materialize,
year.
Sam.
I understand. No, I understand. Your argument is, and I think there's definitely something to
understand.
that. That
I get it.
Staffing levels
get it.
dropped,
I
and so we
hear
made up
you.
for it on overtime. Again,
You're giving me a
go
bit
back to that
too much.
Bloomberg report. The staffing
Fuck
levels
off.
are still significantly
Actual
higher
justice report.
than they were 15 years ago.
Okay.
And there was even more
Okay.
crime at that time.
Yeah, there was.
And
Yup. Okay.
we have 80% of the cities largest increased their funding. And like you say, that I guess is a function of overtime. Cops still on the beat, but you say that they're not as good at
Well, I mean,
solving
you know,
crimes.
you cover a lot of workers' issues when you actually have mandatory overtime and people are forced to work more and more hours. It's not productive.
Ignore
Well,
this.
Like
I
you,
mean,
you would
what
say
are
the
the
same thing if you
figures-
talked about it in elder labor context, correct?
What are historical figures of police solving crimes?
Solving, you're gonna have to define that metric.
Clearance rate.
So clearance rate, it depends on the crime. Homicide is typically higher in terms of clearance rate because it's easier to solve.
This puppy's amazing. Get it, puppy. Get it. So happy. He fell over. Get it.
Round 2.
Oh, he's adorable.
Most people are murdered by somebody that they know. There's a dead body. You don't have to worry about a lot
What
of
are those
additional-
rates?
I'm not sure nationwide. I want to say maybe it's 60 to 70% for homicide nationwide, but it varies greatly depending on the city.
And have those dropped?
Clearance
Or-
rates in certain areas for sure. Nationwide, I'm not 100% sure, but I do believe that.
And
is
what
the
about the other violent crimes that we're talking about, ones that don't involve people that we know?
case. Give me an example.
Well, assaults. What's the investigation?
Assaults would be low
Assaults.
for sure.
I'm just
I
curious
hate that
historically.
he
I mean, if your
just
argument
kept
is that
asking
the
for-
cops are less productive, I'm just curious. Is like, can we see that in actual numbers?
I mean, I can look up real quick the drop in clearance rate nationwide. I know that it is significant in certain places like Baltimore, but I don't have those specific numbers on hand.
It's weird. I mean, FBI said 5% of police arrests on violent crime. That's what the FBI figures are.
So in 1980, 71% of homicides were deemed solved or cleared, and it dropped to about 50% in 2020.
In 2020. And what was it in 2019?
I'll look it up right now.
I mean, because that's the whole premise, right? And so
No, you gotta
will
sit on
work.
for
I
it.
mean, well, you
Don't look it up right now. Don't do that. Don't. You come with what you got. And if they ain't got enough to go, oh no. Oh no, footy.
Don't worry. Don't worry. He whips it out on him and wins. But I just hate this game of Sam Cedar asking for a stat that is completely irrelevant because actual Justice Warriors all too eager to fucking look it up for him.
I'll look it up.
What about this? Oh, I'll look it up for you. What about this? I'll look it up
I'll
for
look it up.
you. You get it.
Why do we always talk about a salt when we should talk about a pepper? Salt and pepper, important, especially for beef.
Dude, we only have salt in this house. I had to go to the corner store to get pepper.
You know what is surprisingly useful is oh god, the hell's it called?
Pepper, probably?
No,
Yeah, probably just run up.
it's like no salt is what it's called. It's like a sodium alternative. Basically it is potassium because you know sodium and potassium are in that same vertical line on the periodic table. So it does the same thing, but it has so much more. You know, like that kind of hot burny flavor that you get from salt if you have like just a straight up spoonful of salt. It has way more of that to it. So you can use like just this little tiny pinch to completely change what kind of salting a food does to it. It's crazy interesting to have.
Yeah, it sounds cool.
And what was it in 2019?
I'll look it up right now.
I mean, because that's the whole premise, right? And
That's
so
the
a good
whole
idea.
premise.
I mean, while you're looking that up, I'll give you a moment.
Javelin is the correct move.
Is it? Can the
Yeah,
pirates
then you
get me?
run up with another one. Yeah, I mean,
So it would be down
they-
from
I think they probably
61%.
will. That's why you
It's
run
down.
up with the other one.
In 2020 from
61%.
from 2019. And where are we at? Like, give us
It's
the
down
range so that we can
11%,
actually see the
idiot.
pattern that you're.
What?
No, that's what he just looks it up and it's like, oh yeah, it's actually down 11% from the last year.
Right.
So yeah, like you just got proven wrong.
But he doesn't care.
He won't care, no.
Sammy don't care about that. Should I just keep waiting for these guys, or should I bring this? Because I feel like
No, you should.
what's interesting
you'll
is these
come out if you
horses haven't
drop
been
it off.
attacking. So I think the horses will attack once this boss gets triggered.
Indeed.
And so if I just wait, I can just eat up all of these crazies. Maybe. Actually,
Let's see what Serrano's picked up. I'm gonna open it up. Open damn Reddit. Fucking Reddit account. Amgery. Oh, it's the dog. Never mind.
oh, it's the dog.
You're suggesting.
I just said that the clearance rate went down to 50% in 2020
And where was it in
from
2021?
61%. So that would be an
2021
11%
it should,
increase.
20
Sorry, decrease.
2021 should continue that
2021,
trend,
sure.
right? I mean,
I'll
if your
look that.
theory is correct, that should continue.
I mean, there might not be updated numbers for it, but I will what you call it. I will look for them.
All right. Well, you know what? Don't worry about that. Let's.
Because we do tend to get some criminal justice related stats later.
Okay. Now.
Okay, according to NPR, which is not the same as I was using for the source, it dropped below 50%, which is considered a new historic low. And in certain major cities like Chicago, it has dropped to around 30%.
Now, why doesn't that correlate with the staffing drops that we see?
What do you mean?
Well,
It
there's no
does.
correlation between the numbers that you're talking about. I'm just curious because you're
Are we
arguing
talking
that there was
correlation or
You're literally
causation? Because
that
one
caused
minute we're
this
talking
spike
about
in crime.
causation,
And
now we're
we
talking
don't
about
see any
correlation.
correlation between and you're not you're suggesting the George Floyd thing caused.
How would there not be a correlation? If I say officers are retiring and early recruitment is down, and then we see a drop in clearance rate to around 50% from 2019's 61%, and now NPR is reporting that the 2021 numbers
on
would be
murders, would
sub
you say
50%. How would that not be a correlation?
On murders, which
I'm
you
just
say is the on murders, which you say is the easiest one, but and is it back up? I mean, we have the staffing levels are returning, correct?
No, they're not.
They're not. Is that right?
The spending is returning, but the spending does
right?
not make officers materialize. And again, there's a difference between an officer that is a veteran of the force versus a new recruit. I mean, I just read the NPR thing that said the clearance rate is at historic lows. Now, again, that's according to NPR. Initially, I was looking at the FBI stats. They could be pulling from a different number, and therefore it could be less reliable. So I will leave that out there. But you did ask me to pull it up on the fly. And
what reforms do you attribute to the George Floyd effect? I mean, you mentioned two reforms that took place prior to the George Floyd protests. What other reforms around the country do you see that took place? I mean, I know that you're saying that there was a retirement and you're blaming it on the George Floyd thing. You don't blame the mass retirements that we saw across the board on George Floyd, like in other professions, like in teaching professions, for instance. Like we're seeing a lot of retirements in teaching. You don't blame that on the
teaching
George.
retirements comparable to that?
Oh, in terms of the numbers? Oh, I think they're bigger.
Because there's
They're
an
bigger.
overall increase
They're
in
bigger.
retirements in the country because we have a bunch of baby boomers retiring, for sure, that exists. But officers are typically younger, and there's a lot more early retirements.
Then teachers, I think you'll find that with teachers, people are retiring before they're leaving the profession. And so they're retirement may not be the right word. They're going to go on and work other places. But you don't attribute that to the George Floyd effect.
Unlikely.
Right. And the same across the board with like all of the
no.
great resignation that we heard. You remember that term?
Yes.
That's not a function of the George Floyd effect.
Yeah, I mean, that's typically young people not wanting to work. It was at peak when unemployment was paying.
Actually, it wasn't that they didn't want to work. It's that they were quitting jobs.
They didn't want to
that
work
they
their
didn't-
specific job.
Yeah, and they went on to different jobs. I mean, I'm just saying, like, you are zeroing in on the George Floyd protests for this decrease in staffing in police forces across the country.
Yes.
And
What?
you're
Did you just end turn?
I did.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was so distracted
you
by
just-
his words. He was
Can't be doing
He was
that.
entrancing me.
completely
And a
ignoring
decrease
That gets everyone at some
and you're ignoring the pandemic as an effect. Although the pandemic has this effect everywhere else in
No,
society.
I think the pandemic plays a role, and sure, you would have had officers leaving maybe earlier in the pandemic when things were starting to lock down. Like that's definitely a possibility. But
What
there's a
percentage-
continuous decrease in officers and early retirement that is coming even till today. And I don't think that they're worried about COVID in what are we, August 2023 right now? Like it's possible they could be. They could be masking up right now.
What percentage of police in New York City quit because of vaccine mandates or around the country? Was
I
it
think
high?
the number for police for vaccine mandates was extraordinarily low. I remember a lot of right-wing people saying that, all these officers were going to be gone. But when push came to shove, when the mandate was implemented, and I think you even covered this on your show, very few people actually quit the fire department and quit the NYPD. Now, if you're saying that's different, then I mean, I could.
No,
you could go rewind your
it's a
coverage on that.
it's a genuine question. Okay, so and your argument is that less police causes more crime, but you're also arguing that we haven't staffed up. How is crime dropping if there is a causal effect in terms of numbers of police? Why did it go up in 2020 and go up in 2021, and then go down in 2022? And then go up in 2023? Why is it not dropping?
Well, I think the numbers for police for vaccine mandates was extraordinarily low. I remember a lot of right-wing people saying that, all these officers were going to be gone. But when push came to shove, when the mandate was implemented, and I think you even covered this on your show, very few people actually quit the fire department and quit the NYPD. Now, if you're saying that's different, then I mean, I could.
No, it's a genuine question. Okay, so and your argument is that less police causes more crime, but you're also arguing that we haven't staffed up. How is crime dropping if there is a causal effect in terms of numbers of police? Why did it go up in 2020 go up in 2022, but now is dropping despite the fact that we haven't hired all these police back.
So in the preliminary numbers for 2023, we've seen a slight decrease. Is that what you're trying to hang your hat on right now?
Yeah, I'm saying that we know that the trend is going down, and you're making a causality.
I mean, it's still up in comparison to 2019.
I understand, but the staffing isn't back up.
But you're saying the trend is going down. You're looking at the least reliable numbers that you can grasp onto to say it's going down.
Let me ask you this, okay? I turn on the air conditioning in here. Let's pretend our air conditioner works. And I turn the air conditioning unit on. I turn it to 66, let's say. And the temperature starts to drop in here. And so I say, hey, that is why the temperature's dropping, because I turned the air conditioner on. And then the next day, the temperature keeps dropping because I had the air conditioning on. But the third day, the temperature starts to rise. And the air conditioner is still exactly where it was before. Does that make sense that the air conditioner is the cause of the temperature dropping?
That the air conditioner caused the temperature dropping?
Yeah, because if it goes up, if the temperature goes up on day 3 and the air conditioner is doing the exact same thing it was doing before, how is it possible that I can make a causality argument?
Temperature? Like, I don't, what's the point of this?
Oh, it could be the external temperature, and that maybe the air conditioner hasn't been working at all.
Oh God, his eyebrows.
Maybe it's the external temperature. Maybe his
is his argument that if he turns on the air conditioner and it changes the temperature, that there's a chance that the temperature is only changing because of external factors from the temperature? But what he's missing is that with his idea of if I touch the thermostat, there is a time between when I adjust the temperature to when the temperature actually reaches that point. So if you pull back, if you turn down your financing, there's going to be a delay before you see that lack of financing actually equate to major changes that are occurring. So I'm guessing his point here is going to be that the crime is going down because the external factors of people aren't dealing with COVID or the lockdowns or anything like that are causing people to do less crime, and not because of the fact that there's fewer cops out there defending it.
It is a literal 3% difference.
What series do I currently dislike the most?
Jesus.
I currently dislike good question. Fire Emblem? Yep. Hey, it's Marina over on Rumble. This is Fire Emblem. If you see me talking to random people who don't exist, it's because I'm also on YouTube and Kick. It just seems like such an odd thing that two people can't agree that when there are fewer cops, that people feel more capable of committing crimes. I speed.
It's a really weird disagreement.
I speed when there's no cops. If there's a cop, I don't speed. Simple as that.
And maybe those first 2 days it was actually cooler.
What do I currently dislike the most?
I think last summer there was that one show called Engage Kiss that was so fucking bad.
Yeah.
And up its own ass that it's probably still my worst right now.
Shikimori's not just a cutie. Would probably be up there for me.
No, screw you.
I was trying to think of something this season, but with this season, there's just a lot of stuff where I'm like, meh. Hell's Paradise. I knew it. I knew that was Serrano's answer.
I mean, he's not wrong. It is pretty bad.
And on the third day, it was actually warmer, and that's what's going on.
So you're saying
almost as if like COVID was acting on.
Well, again, Sam, you keep trying to hang your hat on COVID-19. I didn't say COVID-19 played no role. I said exactly the opposite. But I think
I'm hanging my hat, as it were, on this once-in-a-lifetime pandemic that has caused all sorts of learning deficiencies in kids, that has caused increase in stress, that has caused mass resignations, mass retirements, increase in deaths, increase in pedestrian deaths, increase in inflation, increase in destruction of all sorts of sort of elements of society, and you're making a different argument that had less of an impact. And I'm asking you, if you're making a causality argument about these reforms that supposedly took place in the wake of the George Floyd protests or the effect that it caused the staffing, then how come it's reversing itself without any of those changes that first caused?
Again, it's not reversing itself. You're overplaying your hand. It's
It is reversing itself. It's going in the opposite direction.
No, it's
that
not.
is the
But
very
that's fine,
definition
Sam.
of reversing itself.
What we could do is actually look at the city of New Orleans, because I happen to know that New Orleans cut their police funding well before the rest of the nation. Now, this had nothing to do with the George Floyd protests or anything like that. This had to do with budget implications. And for the years, I believe, preceding 2016, they froze their budget up until around 2019, where they actually cut their budget. Now, all the experts and nerds say that the New Orleans PD needs about 1,100 officers in order to maintain order. Now, they were at around 1,200 before these budgetary maneuvers ended up going into effect. And now they're in the high 900s. And they saw a crime increase from prior to the pandemic. And they went from a city that was in the top 10 most violent cities to on pace last year for around the number 1 or number 2 slot. I have not looked into exactly where they ended up. So they had a dramatic increase in crime that preceded the pandemic, due in large part to the fact that they cut their officers, 911 response times went up, and all of these other issues associated with that. So we have a beta test that we can look at, a specific city in the United States that implemented these policies before the pandemic, if you want to go into that.
Well, let's look at a broader sample.
Look
than
at
just,
it.
New
Look
Orleans.
at it.
Introducing custom t-shirts. Sticker Mill makes it easy to turn any design into
Whoa,
a custom shirt.
t-shirt.
16.
What?
Did you hear what? Okay, I just watched the Hassan, EFAP Hassan reaction from like a year ago because of Serranos. Did you know that Hassan bought a shirt that was stolen art, and then the artist contacted him on stream?
I wouldn't doubt it.
And and his chat, not even the artist, was like, "Hey, you should like pay the dude because you're wearing his art." And he was just like, "What? No. Why would I do that?
Why would I do that? That would
No,
be...
I retweeted him. That's all he want. I retweeted
That
him.
my
See?
money. That my Hassan money. Look at this graph. What if you just let Merlinus die? Then I'll never get a freaking cart ever again.
Yeah, you should just give up on that
Never.
and play Fire Emblem 6 instead.
Hassan paid him an exposure.
Yeah, that's literally his argument. But like that's what the guy was asking for. Hey, could you just like, I'm kind of a low level art, or I'm not a super popular artist. Could you like retweet me and stuff?
Wasn't even asking for cash.
He wasn't even asking for cash. It was his chat that was like, hey, you're wearing this dude's like merch that you didn't sign off on. Like, he wasn't selling this t-shirt. You got no money from it. You should like pay him or something.
Survive, Farina. Okay, that's right. Farina survives.
Thanks, Farina. You're one of the good ones.
You one of the good ones, you know? Know what I'm saying?
Isn't that a country song?
You're one of the good ones? Maybe.
Yeah.
You're one of
Something
the
good
good ones.
one. He was one of the good ones.
Gabby
It was definitely-
Barrett? The good
Is
ones?
that it? Yeah.
All right.
Link in private. I'll listen.
I'm gonna
see
pull
if
this
I
off the-
recognize it. Let me do some.
Okay, this is insane. Who makes a song YouTube and then has like 50 freaking checkpoints? What in the world? Who does that? Are they like, brrr, here's the lyrics. Every lyric has a timestamp. What is this?
Dude, what the fuck?
Who does that?
But yeah, that's exactly the song I was thinking of. I didn't remember it being sung by a girl.
Oh, it's a lady.
Yeah, apparently. Maybe it's a duet. Who knows?
No. See, I only know country sung by men and Reba McEntire. That's it.
What about Stevie Nicks?
You call Stevie Nicks country music?
Kind of. I always hear them at the same time. Like they play her shit on country channels, country radio stations.
I guess so. Huh. I don't know. Calling Stevie Nicks or like Fleetwood Mac country sounds
Oh,
like
definitely Fleetwood Mac.
Fleetwood Mac?
Definitely.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
The only time I ever hear about them is when they're described as country. Like the only
A
time.
British American rock band. I don't think you can be country when you're British American.
I don't know. I think they can.
Their genres are rock, pop rock, folk rock, soft rock, blues rock, art pop, British blues. I don't listen to Nickelback. Yeah! Yeah! Motherfucking Nickelback, baby! Woo! Oh my god. NH, I love you. I was in a group and someone was like, "Oh, what's everyone's favorite bands?" And it was literally like the week after I got to see Nickelback live at the White River Amphitheater, and I was like, "Nickelback." And they were like, "Wait, no, seriously?" And I was like, "Yeah." And they looked at me and they're like, "Unironically?" I said, "Yes. Unironically, I love Nickelback." Burn It All to the Ground is so good. There was a time in the concert that the whole theme of the concert is this van that they have that's like going around rolling. And at one point, the van like transforms into a phoenix and then turns into a one of the 76 Firebirds, like Trans Am, and just like roaring. And I was like, yeah! Gosh, it was so good. But no, I would never call Fleetwood Mac country. They're maybe soft enough rock that you could like play them on a country music station, but I don't know about that.
Maybe.
We had a group. Okay.
Quickly, someone call Carrie Underwood. Also, it's muted. The video's muted. We can't hear about Sam Cedar. We can't hear Sam Cedar.
Oh, that's right. I turned off that audio.
Yeah.
He just said I found another study that says the opposite.
He always finds another study. It's nothing new.
In any given night, they actually had to dismantle this. This was cited by John Oliver as an example.
Show NH the video of me shouting the lyrics to that Hero song. Sure, I can pull it up. It's in the Discord, I think, right? Doesn't it share your content? Oh, it's gonna make me scroll for it. Does anybody remember where I posted that? I don't remember. Posted what? The video of me singing, just shouting. Anyway, there's a video of me and I just got my hands up and I'm just singing Hero.
I think Ai Hoshino is a pretty good waifu.
I mean, she's a pretty good Mamoru.
Name one person who disagrees. I'll wait.
I don't know that she has the staying power to be a waifu.
Look, man, if she just chose me, man, it would be different. It would be different.
Man. Okay, let's send you, dance you up here, get you to join up with the team. Is there somebody that like is hurting? No, not really. No, okay. Here we are.
Example,
Back to
defunding
this.
the police, reincorporate as the Trenton Metro Police Department so they could put more officers out on the street. And we've known since the Kansas City experiment, and you can look this up, that sending officers to a targeted way can disrupt, disperse, and drive down crime rates. So yeah, obviously it's how you use them. If you just have more employees, remember, a lot of these places have non-officer employees. They have administration staff and all that. That's not going to have an impact. And there are other
Send
policies that
Legault
you can implement that
backwards to
also
the
play.
throne.
What?
Send Legault to the throne because he's been kind of useless.
Oh, you're right. I forgot to. He's just been hanging out to die.
Yeah.
Role.
Okay, I mean, you have these specific things about different cities, but you can't explain the national trends in any way.
Nationally, before you cut me off way earlier, I was going to talk about the First Step Act. Now, this set a tone in the nation. It was signed by Donald Trump, the evil orange man. It's one of his stupider policies, and it sets up incentives. And of course, any change in culture federally tends to trickle down nationwide for people to go soft on youthful offenders, to release non-violent offenders early, which is a term I absolutely hate because non-violent criminals can be more devastating than any given murderer, depending on the circumstances. I always like to say Bernie Madoff never punched anybody in the face, but he ruined more lives than most serial killers in the United States of America with his financial crimes. So yeah, I don't agree with that policy, which was a nationwide policy. And I believe the First Step Act may have been slightly before Floyd. I don't remember the exact date, but I have a feeling it was after when it was signed by Trump.
What's the George?
The First Step Act.
When did that? When the
videos from
you don't know when
July
that
1st in
took,
the
I
Discord?
can look it up right quick.
But Sean, how can you posit to me that this had an impact and it all happened and you don't even know when it was implemented?
Well, I said it's in and around that time. I don't remember exactly when it was passed. It could have been in and around that time.
What do you make
And
about?
I've already
What do you
explained
make
to you
about?
that there were
Okay.
certain reforms that were instituted prior that were combined with other reforms or terrible district attorneys or similar that made them go into effect. Remember the analogy about the House and the support beams?
Yeah, no, I remember that analogy. What is your answer? And I'm sure you have one. We all know that this guy, Chesa Boudin, right, in Chesa Boudin in San Francisco, was one of these reformists, right? What do you make about what do you make about the rise in crime in San Francisco since he was?
Ten 10,000 people doing karaoke on this one.
Yeah.
This one and Photograph to some extent. There's a lot of people that don't believe the lyrics to Photograph, but they are hilarious.
Yeah. Have you Okay, I'm gonna say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. It's been a week. I'm gonna complain about the Fed. I think they're causing my check to not cash.
The Fed, like the federal bank?
The government. I think the government, more specifically the IRS, is looking into my check because it's more than $600.
Probably true.
Yeah, and it's been like a week since I cashed it, and it still hasn't gone through yet. So
A week?
a week.
A week, I think you have to have like an over $10,000 check for that to be the occurrence. You might want to call your bank and be like, hey, what the hell? Process
yeah, I'm
this
gonna
shit.
call them tomorrow.
Because anything under 5,000 will get tracked, but will usually go through by next business day. Anything from 5 to 10 will take like 3 business days, and anything over 10 will usually be the 5 business days or more. So if you're in one of those lower categories and it's still taking longer than 3 days, then I would say that. The Moemon update. A new Caesar, Glaceon, Orangaru. That sounds racist. Orange man bad. Deoncé was made with legs thicker than them diamonds. What?
Dude, it had one of my favorite designs when it fucking dropped.
Sheet update 710. Which sheet am I looking at? Are those like...
Dude, pull up Deoncé, dude. That is
What's
one of my favorite designs. One of my favorite Pokemon designs. I want to see Moemon.
It's not on that sheet. What generation's Deoncé?
Gen 6.
5,
X and Y.
6.
One of the last Pokemon of that gen. Because they were event Pokemon.
Orangu is the ape. Yeah, that would make sense. Orangutan. Um, wait, why?
Haro Nomi.
Go to workshop C. It's too new to be on the sheet. Oh, I see. So this is the previous design then. Here's the previous Deontay design.
Not my favorite.
And then workshop C. Oh, the workshop's great. I should look in this more.
I don't hate what they did with the design, but I feel like there needs to be more.
I think it's this one.
Yeah, I like that a lot more. That's definitely Deontay. I like it a lot. Why are there two different forms?
Shiny maybe?
That's not how shinies work.
What do you mean?
They just changed the color palette.
Well, I mean that's how shinies work, but do you know if that's how Moemon shinies work? Maybe
Yes,
Moemon
that's
shinies.
how all shinies work. I'm sure they didn't change it.
Maybe they wanted to give her a little heart.
Did they add an evolution to it? Because that'd be pretty cool.
I don't know. I don't know about any of that.
Maybe
Second
they
one's
added
the
evolution to
Mega.
it.
Oh. Look,
Okay.
Gem schooling you on Mega Deonceys.
I forgot that was the Mega Evolution gem, so probably had one.
Yeah, definitely a welcome improvement. This one works, but I wouldn't have been like stoked about it. That other one just has.
It's far too simple. It just takes the head thing and then gives it to like a child. That's a hairdo.
This is your hair now, my child.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We like this. We like the new designs a lot more.
Aw, how you doing? You're itchy. Was it good? You feeling better? You feeling like you're decongesting a bit? Not yet. Okay. Okay. Waifu's still not feeling good, so send your prayers or your good thoughts if you don't pray.
Get well soon.
Everyone says get well soon.
Definitely not Asian waifu.
Definitely not Asian waifu.
In parentheses.
Yeah. That is the parentheses, yes.
Was replaced by the police union's choice.
The new district attorney?
Yeah.
Well, there are some state laws in California that they have to get around. Like one of the stories that I covered recently was a man that was arrested for 77 burglaries, or I'm sorry, convicted.
Are these new laws since Chesa Boudin has been ousted?
Oh, you should do them.
You believe that they are? What laws are they?
I forgot.
I should do them.
Is it just mages up there, or is it also the boss?
The boss is gonna come down next. Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
I just set it up so that he'll be here.
Yeah, same. Roxanne vibes, definitely Jemnir.
Like Roxanne. That kind of Roxanne.
You don't have to put on the red light.
I enjoyed the movie Moulin Rouge, except for that song.
I like that song by itself. I haven't seen that movie. I feel like it'd be out of place.
Moulin Rouge version has this guy who he starts to sing it, and you're like, why are you singing this? He's like, Roxanne, and you're like, what? Shut up! Don't sing.
Oh, dude.
I love this
Come
outfit. This is great.
Kill la Kill vibes, dude. That's awesome. Mostly the bottom one I'm looking at.
I need to get a resin 3D printer, so I can take Waifu's cosplays to the next level.
You're gonna make them into standees.
Mm-hmm.
That'd actually be pretty cool. Use a bunch of standees of your wife cosplaying.
Exactly. Use one of those like new 3D scanners. Yeah, way to go, Dodge and Marcus.
You have them on your mantle or some shit for guests to see.
they can't quite tell because they're like 3D printed, so they're not quite perfect.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the name of it, but in California, if you're a non-violent offender, they don't. If you're categorized as a non-violent offender, they actually don't put you in prison. You have to go to county jail. But county jails are
Did we see similar rises in crime in L.A. and San Diego?
Yeah, we actually saw a dramatic increase in murder in LA as well.
Since the time that Chiesa Boudin left office.
Since I'm talking about since 2020. I didn't realize that's what you're specifically asking.
Well, I mean, because Chiesa Boudin
You're right.
is
Jimmer's
an
right
avatar,
with
and he
pirate
left
influence.
a year ago. He's an avatar for the reformists. He leaves, and then crime pops up across like 4 or 5 different measures.
Which categories are you referring to?
In San Francisco, violent crimes.
In San Francisco, violent ones.
Which categories are you referring to? This broad one.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear us?
Vehicle theft, 10.5. Homicide, 23%. Robbery, 13%.
Can you hear us? Were they not supposed to hear him? Oh, Farina, stay safe.
Yeah, there are other problems and other factors for sure. And again, when Chiesa Boudin was in office, he fired, and I believe it's called the Friday Night Massacre or something like.
Cut him some slack.
The biggest Moemon question I feel like I have, NH, is where do you guys find your motivation? Where do you find your drive? Because obviously we love the product work that you create, but this doesn't just come from people who are like, well, this would be a fun idea. This comes from like people who are invested personally in making sure that a quality product comes out. And to have it be a quality product that comes out with like no real monetary gain, like you're not gonna like drop this and have it be like we got the best selling game of all time, we made $1 billion on it, like that sort of internal drive. I love that, and I want to know how you get that, so we can find other people that can be motivated by that. Because you love making waifus, and see, it's easy. It's easy when you say it like that, but there's just
some of them have Patreons or something.
Do they? Do we have is there like a dev Patreon?
I think I've seen Patreons before for stuff like this, though I'm not sure if it was for this specifically.
It would make sense. But I love it. I love seeing people motivated to make a quality product because they want to make a quality product.
Like that, he fired a bunch of seasoned district attorneys or assistant district attorneys in his office. Like, that happened, right?
Speaking
and again,
of
those people took other jobs. And again, they don't just materialize out of thin air when they replace the prosecutor.
Right.
Yeah, so there are impacts that go beyond that. I mean, if we're talking about any piece of legislation, like, you talk often about the impact that Ronald Reagan had on this country. Well, if I said, well, Bill Clinton was president in the 90s, therefore that Ronald Reagan impact doesn't exist, you would not accept that argument. But weirdly, you're trying to put that forward right now for me.
Well, I mean, for you, the impact happened in June of 2020, right around the time of the riot.
Not for me, for the statistics, that's actually when it started to spike.
Right,
so
and
by the data, that would be accurate.
And just the moment that people started protesting for George Floyd, crime goes up because of its downstream implications. Like, time flattens and expands for you.
Officers are afraid to do their jobs because they feel like they're going to get prosecuted unwarrantedly, and like officers that do commit crimes should be prosecuted, to make that clear. Then yeah, that could have impacts if officers are leaving the force at record numbers, if early retirements are up and you're losing your most seasoned people, investigators or not, Sam, then yes, that would cause an increase in crime.
And you're going to ignore the meta-analysis about from Police Journal about this relationship between.
Well, you said it was a systemic review, and I'm not ignoring it. I don't think just expanding your officers or your staff in police on its own is anything. It's what you do with that. Like, one of the great innovations in New York was that they became one of the most data-driven police departments in the entire country. So yeah, they had a lot of officers because it's New York City, it's the largest city in the union. But it wasn't until they implemented programs like ComStat that they really were able to be effective.
Well, what do you mean by effective? Like, I'm curious.
What do you mean by
crime?
Yes.
But I mean, have they reduced crime? Like, how do you assess that?
By the
use statistics to assess
reduction of
Right. What's
crime
statistics? What would be your
numbers.
metrics? Because we
So
know,
use-
that, like, for instance, during like when before marijuana was made legal, we know that for every 4 times, there was like 4 times the amount of arrests for black people over white people when they smoke a pot. Right? I mean,
We
and
smoke
I know
a
just from,
pot.
like, the
Dude.
it's anecdotal, of course.
Pause
but,
everything.
I see, some people.
Lofty is making an edit of his stupid fucking React stream where he was drunk the entire time. Actually, he might not have been drunk at that stream, but he was definitely drunk at the fucking Twitter space he held.
He held a
It was
Twitter
really funny because
space?
he's just like, well, what about this? But like,
Uh-oh. Is Legault not allowed to
dude.
sit here?
No, I think it might. Does it take a turn?
No, it didn't.
Or
It
am
didn't
I-
take a turn with Oswin, at least.
Oh,
I'll just send Hector
is
back.
Legault not allowed to do it? That's weird.
That is kind of strange.
Maybe. I have no idea. Either way, you're not using Hector either, so like, you know.
Do I have?
Nope. You should fly away and use a heal.
I will fly away. Make sure I get out of this guy's range, though. Okay, I'm out of there. Out of there. So I don't need to fly that far. I can just go right here.
Yeah, good call.
People get away with stuff because they live in a wealthy area, let's say, and there's just not as many cops around. They're still
Actually,
doing the exact same
move farther
crime,
back so I can get.
right? Maybe it's underage drinking, maybe it's smoking pot on the street. I mean, they're still involved in the same thing, but they're not getting arrested.
Okay, so as for the marijuana arrest, the Manhattan Institute actually released a report where they broke down the neighborhoods in New York City specifically, which, the 4 times number comes from New York City, but it is elevated in other places, which I will address later on. And what they ended up discovering was that the biggest indicator on whether or not people were going to be arrested for pot is if they smoked outside and neighbors complained. So while disproportionately, a lot of Black and Hispanic neighborhoods ended up with higher rates of marijuana arrests, very notably, Astoria, Queens, which is a younger population that is not typically a Black population, and was also elevated due to the fact that they had complaints. So for that specific arrest, which you're talking about arrest now, not a measure of crime, that is actually explained. And one of the ways it's also explained is by the fact that if you have areas with higher rates of violent crime, murder, assault, homicide, rape, etc., and you deploy officers to those areas, the officers have more opportunity to see.
You're not
and
escaping
smell
from
things
much
like
because we're
marijuana, thus
watching
would
Sam
indicate an
Bucket
increase in
Cedar
arrests.
talk
So,
to
I wasn't talking
activists
specifically
before
about
here.
marijuana. When I talk about crime,
You
I'll usually
can't
talk about
escape
the
from a
crimes that are
bad
measured by
haircut,
the
though.
Uniform Crime Report or by the National Crime Victimization Survey or
It's
homicide
a
statistics
useful
specifically
haircut.
because, I'm not somebody who's
I'm
in
not
favor of the
denying
drug
that.
war or whatever. So if you want me to say people shouldn't be
I
arrested
just
for
think it
pot,
looks.
sure,
I
but that
just
represents
had
a
a
small
culture
portion
shock
of
when I saw
what the
this
police
stuff.
actually do. And again, it's not
About
what we're
culture.
talking about.
It's
when we're
cultural
measuring major
appropriation
crimes.
that I have this haircut.
All right, so
I'm gonna say you
let's
don't
just-
look as pale
we
as
can move
yesterday.
on. I mean, your argument is that
That's
it
good.
was
That
George
black
Floyd
shirt
better
is
white balance
created,
today.
the spikes in crimes, and that the drops in crimes are a function of what?
The drops,
The
like I
black
said,
shirt
we
makes
have
you
a
not look like
we
a
have a slight drop
cancellation.
after a dramatic increase.
That's
so,
the
it's
key.
within,
No more
a lot
orange
of these drops that
shirts.
you're talking about, the NYPD, I pulled up the data, is something like total crimes is about 3.9% as compared to last year. So that would be like a normal range that flows year over year. That's not like
So
this
you're
dramatic
suggesting
drop.
that this is that crime's not actually dropping, that it's more.
No,
like a
it
statistical
dropped. It
mirage.
happened, and I'm glad that it happened. I'll wait for the completed data, the victimization surveys, at the end of the year. But yeah, I'm glad that it's happening, of course.
Oh no, I didn't say.
But a
I didn't say that
3%
you
drop,
weren't glad
man.
it
But again,
was
it's a
happening.
drop
I'm
after
just
a
saying that,
dramatic increase.
No, I understand it's a drop after a dramatic increase, but there's been nothing. There's nothing has changed for you. If the cause in my story,
Well, certain things have changed. Eric Adams was elected.
Well, but this is nationwide.
Well,
My
yeah,
story
yeah,
is my story is COVID contributed to this nationwide spike in crime. Your story is that the George Floyd protests were the primary function of the
Yes,
drive of
because
crime.
during the lockdown,
Okay,
crime
no,
actually dropped.
Okay, and well, yes, during the lockdowns, but COVID was still around.
Yeah,
3
but I'm
months
saying
later.
before the people got out and started rioting, crime was dropping during the pandemic.
COVID being out or not has nothing to do with people's rioting or crimes. What,
Yeah, like-
what kind of stupid bullshit is that? The flu comes every year. That doesn't mean we have a crime wave every winter. In fact, I think that crime stats go down during the influenza time because it's cold and people don't go outside.
The underlying suggestion is that people are poor because they couldn't work, and so they need to steal, but like none of it is a need to steal.
Did I watch the Candace Owens stream with Tate? I did not. I
Why
haven't
would-
delved into deep red pill just yet. We might next Tuesday. Sort of depends on if something else pops up in my mind that I want to talk about instead.
I mean, it's only fair that we look at the worst on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew Tate is probably gonna get prosecuted and put in a Romanian prison. I just, even if he didn't do it, I don't know, man. Although I do, speaking of things for Tuesday, I was watching this show where this guy was interviewing a guy that worked at a facility in Antarctica, and I was like, ooh, this is some grade A conspiracy gold. Like it was beautiful what I was hearing and seeing. I don't know how else it could get any better. But yeah, that would be
When are you getting on this podcast? Tell them now. Set a date.
yeah, set a date for the podcast.
Well, it's Sunday.
Oh, the Over 9,000 podcast?
Yeah.
A Sunday. Is it every Sunday?
I think it's been every Sunday.
Okay.
I haven't caught one yet because it's a Sunday. But, like, you know.
So, Sundays are set aside as date days or date nights. So I've been doing that. We went like paddleboarding this last Sunday. I've been doing things. This next Sunday is Seafair. And if the race is, because that would mean that the date is basically that morning, then I should be able to be back in time to do it. If it's 9 Eastern, that might work. That might work, actually.
I mean, the deal with Sundays for me, that's 6 p.m. I get off of work, at least I have for the past 2 months now. Get off work at 4 p.m.
Oof.
And I also am not that into Dragon Ball yet, so, like, you know. I'll make my excuses here and known.
Yeah, Gen Con this weekend, but you're still doing the pod? Nice. Yeah, no, there's a good chance I can do it this weekend because instead of having a late night date night, we're sort of doing a day morning thing. So I will.
You might be able to kill with Luna. Nope.
Oh, it's one off. Are you kidding me?
You can rescue with the healer after you attack.
Oh, you're right. And then I can throw an axe or something. Do I do flux that I guarantee the hit, or?
I mean, Luna might get you a crit.
Oh, it's an 86. Okay, yeah. Let's see what we got.
I understand. And
Okay,
when
the
people
people are
were
probably
out,
afraid, so,
okay,
you know.
you're making your argument. I think it's clear. And I'm saying that the reason why crime is down nationwide, and it is down, you say it's not
Ronan
much,
and
but
Leon
it is
have been on.
trending down.
Ronan and Leon. Ronan, who can't figure out what the term "what's the most iconic item" means.
You know what? In hindsight, you could have just healed him because the only one who can do damage to him is the boss. You could have just healed.
I mean, I guess, yeah. Currently, the Moemon Patreon is closed for reasons. Also, if you don't know where there's a second Moemon server at Mega Moemon.
I would assume that split is the reason why there's no it's closed.
Oh,
I guess it is.
Yeah, I guess I
weird.
just have to
It's still not
wait.
working for Hector either.
But do the individual artists have Patreons?
Yeah, that's something we don't know. NH, are the artists like separate? Are the developer like what's the deal? I don't need to know the drama.
Yeah,
Like,
it's just, it feels like a very like a group of people working together. That's what it
Yeah.
feels like when I see it.
because a
but
lot
I
of the
just
sprites
don't
are
know.
like copies or are brought over from game to game. It feels like. So I just want to know if like everyone's. I don't want like a spiel on the drama, but like I am interested to know like what's up with how like the games are moving forward. Yeah.
You have no idea. is they have separate. But do you have a Patreon? You're one of the Moe Moners.
Is he actually one of the guys who makes it?
I thought so. I don't feel like I'm that crazy in thinking that.
I don't think you are, but like, I never actually asked.
No? Oh.
He's not. Yeah.
Never mind then. Yeah, I guess. Well, I won't.
Yeah, it wasn't a wild thing to think. I just never actually asked.
You're coming on? Oh, okay.
Here he comes.
Oh, here he comes.
Do 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 do. Do, 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 do.
You do make sprites, but not on the levels as the OG spriters. Oh, well.
That's cool.
You're working on your skills, I guess.
Yeah.
Down is because that coincides with society returning to some measure of normalcy after COVID is not killing as many people and hospitalizing as many people and causing the same measure of stress. You say the reason why crime is dropping a little, but it's definitely statistically measurable, is
crime was
because
caused by stress.
I need to wait to the end of the year to see if it's real.
No, I'd say it's dropping, but it's like within a normal range. It's like if I were on your show and I said, I don't know, in 2019, homicides in New York were 299, and then they jumped to the number 312. That's an increase, but that's not a significant increase. It's within the range. We're talking about 13 people. Now, obviously those are lives lost, and we should consider that, but we also have to take into account that New York is the largest city in the world. Now, you're pointing out a similar decrease to that increase and claiming that it's like this dramatic drop, but it's just
I'm not
there.
claiming it's a dramatic drop.
Well, you're saying
that
it's dropping. Like,
is
explain this drop.
reversing.
It seems like a normal range that we would see year over year. I hope it would become a trend, but 1 year is not a trend.
Yet the trend is dropping, yet the problem that you attribute the spike to is not changed at all.
Well, in specifically in New York City, which is what I was just referring to. Hold on. Specifically in New York City, which I was just referring to, we had a situation where they elected the most tough on crime Democrat. Now, I'm not a big fan of Eric Adams, but that is how he ran, and he ran about putting more police onto the street. We also have nationwide a lot of these district attorneys, like Chesapeake. Now, you said crime has gone up in San Francisco. I don't know.
I said it is. I mean,
sure. So they got rid of him. So
okay, this has nothing to do with what they're talking about. But Sean has this little thing hanging from his ceiling here, and I swore there was something on my monitor. I just reached up to try to wipe it off.
Is it a fire?
It looks like a pull cord for like a ceiling fan or something.
I mean, it's small enough that it could be like a fire thing, you know?
But it's in like the middle of the room. Like I feel like it's like a little like a pull cord, like it's kind of teardrop shaped.
Yeah.
You check it out the second server. They have sprites not found on the main server. Oh, okay. I will have to check that out. There's more of them. Still waiting on Tim. I don't see him in the background.
Yeah, to be fair, I do need to go through all the sprites anyway, so...
So they're trying to institute some levels of reforms, but obviously San Francisco police, they're down in terms of recruitment. Obviously, California state law, sometimes state law has a dramatic impact.
The only issue with the Moemon Discord is that it's huge. There's so many places you have to look.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, man. But they're all, like, very well laid out, so you can know exactly where you're going, but there's a lot to that server.
Okay. Here's something about this discussion going on right now in Sam Cedar's world that I fucking hate. He keeps repeating that the trend is going down. We all know it's not going down. It's very clear from what actual Justice Warrior is saying that it's not actually going down. But he's like, no, it's trending downward. It's trending downward. 3% down is not an actual trending downward like thing you can measure.
No, not even close.
Not even close. We all recognize this. How many of his viewers are actually giving a shit about that?
Probably none. Would be my
Exactly. You can probably just move them up like to the river and see if Ninian can dance for her. Oh yeah.
I can go this far. But yeah, it's like when you start talking about like a 3% changes, 3% increases, 3% decreases, like 3% is the assumed cost of living, or at least it was for a while. 3% is the average if you take like 30 years of the real estate market. Like 3% is just sort of like that's how normal growth occurs. So if you're seeing a 3% decrease, it really isn't that big of a change in other things that are happening in the world.
Exactly.
Hey, he's here. What's up, Tim?
What up, dude? Can you hear
Like,
me?
don't get me wrong. If I see a 3%
I
increase on a
can
stock,
hear
I'm
you.
happy.
You're a
but,
little
like,
quiet, but
Hold on. I'm on my headset right now.
oh, you're
Hold on.
coming in. It might have
Yeah.
just been
Okay,
some like
that's
noise
what she
canceling or
said.
something.
Sorry.
Don't be apologizing.
Yeah, no, I'm on my headset, man. I've been having like different mic issues and all that. Like with my headset, like my mic works fine, but my headset, dude, I'm using like a crappy headset because I ordered a really nice headset, and I'm tired of like I'm a gym goer like you.
Yeah.
So I
To be fair,
ordered
I
a
don't
really.
go to the gym. It's in my house, but
Oh, I thought you went to the gym. Anyways, so my point is the fact that you know, if you want a really good headset, it does really matter what you invest in. And I feel like
oh yeah.
like your camera quality is freaking like 4K and looks excellent, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's crisp, man. Game
I
respects game, and it
I
looks
thank you
nice,
for that.
man.
It's one of
Yeah,
those
yeah.
weird things where like you actually oh no, my lights are red. Um I actually looked for a long time before I found one that had a high enough rate because a lot of them didn't have a good rate at the time that I bought this thing. So, thank you.
Yeah, no, I can tell the difference between 4K and 1080p, and not many people can. Like, obviously, like the normal subscriber or person following doesn't
Yeah.
really notice. I was like, dude, that is really good camera quality, and I noticed you tonight flexing that off, and I was like, dude, that's legit.
Going to the full size, yep.
Yeah, so. And obviously, as we grow as YouTubers and stuff, and we figure out the game and we talk to each other about what we're using too. Like, I'm looking at buying a Rode mic, a Rode mic, or how you pronounce
Yeah.
it. I am
I
looking
always
at
call it
buying
Rode.
one. Yeah, yeah. I'm looking at buying that. Tonight, I am not using that. Obviously, I'm using my headset that was over $100. This is Bluetooth right now. This is a PS4, PS5 headset. But this was like more of expensive development or for my channel. But the thing is, yeah, I can see like when I look at your quality, and I studied film in college, and I was like, damn, dude, that looks nice. So that's
Thank
it.
you.
I can stop like talking about it for like 20 minutes. But
You just
no,
reminded
no,
me I need
man.
to update my because I put in my about all the stuff I use, but I just upgraded my mixer, so I need
Yeah, I
to
think
edit
you
that.
should start promoting the brands that you are working with. Maybe they'll like once your subscriber count, once you get 1K, which I don't doubt you're gonna hit 1K within a couple months.
Just
But
time. Yep.
you run a good channel. But listen here. I
Yeah,
think
let's
you
get
should
down to
start
it.
advertising your product, right? And
Yeah.
what you use. So that's it.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I think if nothing else, it's so much nicer for other YouTubers who are like, "Oh, I like the way that sounds or I like the way that looks. What is your setup to do that?" Because having done like this is technically my like third YouTube related thing. I did a
Okay,
Let's
cool.
Play, I did a travel channel, and then now I've done this. And each one of those had a very unique system that I used, a setup, a way to get everything actually onto the computer. That you can look at somebody else's setup, but trying to like turn that into your setup, I think is really important. But you can't know how to turn somebody else's setup into your setup unless you know what they're doing. So.
Yeah, exactly. I
Definitely
mean,
important on that.
like being able to like take constructive criticism and people get offended by it, and I listen to it all the time, and I know my internet is not the best. I'm trying to move into a better location
Oh yeah.
for my YouTube and for a job, right? But like I'm looking at buying like Rodeo and all that stuff because it's like if you want to take like if you really want to do this seriously, you got to have the equipment. Like, but though, you want to build that community around you. You want people to like you, blah blah blah, and
Mhm.
people like to see that progression in which you built, right? You're not always going to be Super Saiyan 10. You might be Super Saiyan 1 or so show potential with Kaioken. But like as you grow, people like to see your channel progress. So you're not always going to be level 9,000 to start off with. You see what I'm saying? Like,
True.
yep,
Very, very true.
that's yep.
And I always look back because like I grew up with like PewDiePie, and like that guy was on a 480p for
Yeah.
years. Like he was the #1 YouTuber with like the worst camera quality you've ever seen.
Yeah, but you
Like
liked
the
what he
day he
said, though.
got a 4K camera, but yeah, he was like, it's the presence. Like there still is like so like we had a guy in my Kick chat the other week that was like, I just got my streaming computer built, and I was like, any computer's a streaming computer, and he's like, no, it's not. And I was like, no, like you need to know that you can just hit go. Like Michael, pumpkin guy down here, he just uses like his phone to like film his TV while he plays games.
I love
He's
Pumpkin
streaming.
Guy, by the way. I don't hate you. I'm just making a joke, by the way. Pumpkin Guy, I
No,
do
he's
love
pumpkin
you.
guy.
So, yeah,
I
I
know
love
it.
you,
Pumpkin guy.
Pumpkin.
But people
Bye.
need to like a lot of times I think they just need that just start, just do.
Yeah.
And
Stop worrying about it.
It's a thing too. All relate within bodybuilding world is because everyone wants to win on their first show in bodybuilding. You're not going to win on your first show. You got to put yourself out there and realize, you're putting yourself out there. That's a huge thing. But once you like hear what the judges say, or you can make contacts, and blah blah
Like actual shows. Okay.
learn like what mistakes you make. Yeah. So in my first bodybuilding comp, I got third. The second one
I'm
I
so
got first.
unfamiliar with this realm.
So
Really?
because this, let me roll back here, because fitness is huge on Instagram and TikTok and all this and that, and I was in that world. So the thing is now, it just like, when I reel it back is, you got to make mistakes first, and then you can succeed. Once you learn what you're doing wrong, nothing comes
Then
overnight.
you can figure out, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, and
Fail faster,
that's within
I think,
fitness.
is that methodology, right?
Yeah, and I think people like, they don't. The problem is, people have all these desires in their lives, but they're afraid of putting themselves out there.
Oh,
Period.
definitely.
Yeah.
Because
It's just like you're sick and tired of your 9 to 5 job, aren't you? It's like you're sick and tired of this 9 to 5 job. And there's that old saying that the fact that from a famous person that said that, like, if you keep doing the same thing and expect different results, or you want new results, that's the mindset of lunacy, right? Was that like Einstein that said that?
That's been,
it's
yeah,
very
I don't know
true.
who that comes from, but that's an interesting idea, because there is something too, like if you keep doing the same thing expecting different results, that is sort of insane. Like, why would you think that? But there is something to be said about doing the same thing and expecting
keep grinding, right?
Yeah, exactly, the grind. You're getting better each time that you're doing it, so you can actually get a better
Yeah,
result,
I agree with that.
So
yeah,
it
like
is a
in
balance,
video
though,
game,
where
right?
it's like you see some people and you see them messing up over and over and over again. You're like, just change this thing that you keep doing. Just stop doing this thing. Meanwhile, there is that other half of it. So it's, I don't know, there's balance to that.
Yeah, there's like a balance of that. That's what you're saying, right? Like, you know what I mean? There's like in essence the fact that, like, sure, there are these gurus, right? The red pill people, what we're talking about. I know this is pretty relevant on the conversation you were having. Like,
we can talk about
like
red
I
pill.
was trying to bring on like Andrew Tate and all that. And that's why I was hoping you watched that interview.
Yeah.
But like, no, I think everyone's life is not the same. I think the issue is telling people that we're the same people, we're the same category. It's not always going to be the same for you, and you know, take risks. You know, just don't be safe. Whatever. If you're tired with your life, if you're tired of the outcome, take the risk. Take the risk.
Oh, definitely. The risk is going to be
yeah.
way more fun, even if
It
you
is
fail.
because at least you gave that try. At least you gave that try. Because if you don't give that a try, you're going to sit there at 80 years old, you know, at that mind state where you're just kind of, you know, I made a mistake, right? I made a mistake. And I feel like people now, man, I feel like you know too, and Pumpkin Man down there, I love you too. I like you. So, what is your name, by the way? Sorry, I
Oh,
call you
Michael.
Pumpkin.
Yeah, just
Michael.
Michael. Yeah.
Michael, just Michael. Okay, I love you too, man. I was not like targeting you. I was just trying to have fun.
Oh, you
So
can
yeah, no
target him
worries.
all you
it.
want.
Dude, I don't care.
We were yelling at each other about
Yeah,
video games versus anime
Dude,
when it comes to
he
storytelling.
Pumpkin
yeah,
Man,
I was ripping
Michael,
Blaine up.
I love you too, man. I was not coming after you. I was just trying to have fun.
We always
Don't
So
have
worry.
fun
it,
here.
for like, yeah, for YouTube purposes, you're Pumpkin Man, and I'm emo Kylo Ren. You can call me that. So it's
Emo
funnier
Ren.
that way. Yeah. So, and by the way, dude, I already said this. You're looking fleek, man. With that, no,
Thank
no,
you. It's good to have somebody in
Oh,
chat who
red
respects the
background.
hair.
no. I really do like your haircut. It
I'm
looks
telling you,
nice,
man.
man.
These chatters, everyone's like, "Oh,
And I'm
look,
not
it's Kim
even
John
like,
Blaine."
yeah, people. You gotta give
Hell,
people like
is it
respect
broken?
on when they actually do good things. Like Blaine looks sharp right now. Like the glasses are in fleek. His beard game is good.
It's coming back
If you
finally.
it's coming back. I don't
It
know,
is.
man. All right, I'm done. I'm done. I'm talking too much. I'm talking too much.
All right. But no, yeah, seriously, like I was saying, I've got it's Seafair weekend, so I'll be tired as hell, but I can definitely do
Wait, what is Seafair? What is
so
Seafair?
Seafair is Seattle's hydroplane races and air show.
Oh, you're from Seattle?
I am, yeah.
That's where I'm originally from.
Right. I think this is the third time we've had this.
Yeah,
conversation.
we have.
I think
knew
I've
that.
had
I
it
knew
with
that.
different Tims though. I think I had.
I don't know. This is like Kyo Tim. So we've had
Okay.
this conversation. So yeah.
Yeah, no,
All right,
yeah,
continue, man. Sorry.
you're originally from this area, right? Yeah, so I can do the Seafair every year. Have ever since I was probably in the mother's womb. I was going to Seafair. So I'll be doing that, but I think that'll only go to about 4 o'clock because there's not a lot of hydros since COVID. It kind of killed a few of the
Blaine,
teams. So there's only like 4 of them that are actually competing.
I dropped
Sorry,
something in the
Pumpkin.
fan art tab in Discord. Can you pull it up? It's the
I can't. I do have
Mega
red lights
Moe
behind me
monster.
though, so we'll be wrapping here.
Yeah, I know. That's why I want you to do it quick. I'm
That's
only
what she said.
pulling up. I only dropped that one because I don't know any of the other ones. There's like only 2 of them, but I don't know the majority of the other ones. But I really like all the designs in this one. It's the Mega Moemon.
This is the
one they
Mega
dropped.
Moemon designs.
So
these
Yeah, they
Blaine, I
dropped
got
off
Gen
the-
Con this weekend. I'm going as Ash Ketchum. I'm not. This is my first con going as Ash Ketchum. So
But
the
yeah,
interesting
complex-
thing is. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
go ahead.
Go ahead, man.
No worries.
I don't know. What's your Ash Ketchum?
No, so this is like the con in the first time I've like because it's Gen Con, right? And then I got like PopCon, which is Comic Con for indie. So this is actually like growing for Indianapolis, like because the gaming world is super growing. So it's very interesting. And so this is like one of the first cons I'm not going as Kylo Ren. I'm pretty excited about it.
You doing something different? That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
It always feels
yeah.
good to you've got something that people are like, oh yeah, it takes off, it's popular, it fits, everything's great. But then like as soon as you try something different, you have like part of the group is like, yeah, this is different. I don't like it. And the other is like, yeah, try something new.
Yeah,
I'm
because
the
that's
try
what
something
my
new
audience
guy.
is, man.
I'm
So
the
like,
try the new.
yeah, and I'm interested to see the reception behind it because Ask Ketchum Pokemon is a huge thing.
Yeah,
Like it
and
really
Gen
is.
Con's games, like it's like Dungeons and Dragons and stuff like that, isn't it?
Yeah, but also Pokemon Stadium is massive, and the Game Boy stuff, and so that's why
Mm-hmm.
I'm going as Ash Ketchum. And then you could argue DBZ Xenoverse 2 is massive, and then there's also argument for Star Wars too. I could go as Kylo Ren again for the other games. I definitely could, but I want to do a new character. So I think this is a very interesting thing, and I'm going to document it. It's going to be different.
Sweet. I can't wait to see it. I know Leon brought his Dobby cosplay to the last
Yeah,
show
yeah,
he was on, so I always love seeing
yeah. That was
cosplays.
a specifically anime, like right? That was
Yeah, I think
specifically
so.
anime. Yeah, yeah. What, Leon? Do you kind of go to these things, or
Does
do
Leon
you
go
go
to
to
those things?
do you go to cons?
Oh, I go to cons for sure.
Yeah. Where are you? You're more Michigan. What's your? I'm a Midwest. I'm not afraid to. Yeah. So like, if you
I
want to
don't
meet
remember
up
what
one
con
day,
Leon went to, but it was definitely like a middle con. I go to like Sakura
okay.
Con at
Did
the
he go
Seattle one.
to Northwest? Anime North, or
JT's in the
whatever it's
chat.
called?
Oh my gosh,
Anime
what up,
North,
man?
maybe.
Um, Blaine, if you
Yeah.
want to meet up one day, just send me a DM. But like, no, it's just like I went to MegaCon last year, which is one of the biggest.
Where?
Besides,
Where do we meet
yeah,
up? Are you coming to
I don't know.
Seattle?
If you want to, I don't know. I'll visit
I
my
mean,
family
if
too.
you're out here, I'm always down to meet up. I've had
All right, I do have to drop out real quick.
all right.
Thanks
When
for
you
All right,
get
having
back,
me.
there will
pumpkin
be no
man.
stream. So have a good one,
I
Mike.
know. Later.
Bye, pumpkin man. All right.
Uh, yeah,
Go
no,
ahead. Sorry.
anytime. I'm in a position still where I can sort of make time to hang out and get coffee or get food or whatever. So,
Yeah,
we'll
I'm
see. We'll
afraid on
see if
my.
my next little in-person meetup makes the internet, but I am always open to it.
I'm afraid on my new job, dude.
Oh
If
yeah.
I accept it, that I won't have the weekends off anymore, and
Ooh,
it'll just take up my life, right? I
interesting.
feel
Will you
like
still have a weekend? It just won't be Saturday, Sunday? Like, would you still have 2 days in a row off, or?
that's the thing, man. I feel like living life, you need to have that job, but like the pay substantial thing is huge,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't think life is all about money,
No,
and
definitely
it
not
just
all about money. That's why I'm wondering what days off would you have then?
I'm just afraid of that. I'm afraid of that. I
You're
like
afraid of what
literally
days you'll
like
have off?
yeah, because if I accept this job, I feel like it's going to be 24 hours. Like
Oh,
literally, dude.
is it like
Yeah,
an on-call kind
but
of thing where you could literally start working at any moment?
well, where I'll have so much control,
Yeah,
and then people need to hit me up or talk to
right.
me, but you know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about. It's
Oh,
just like,
totally. I ran a delivery company. I understand taking that phone call at like 10 p.m. when everything should be
yeah,
done and you have
it's
to
just like
fix it.
I'll be off, but like I gotta pick up the phone call, and I could have the be having this wonderful moment with
Mm-hmm.
someone, or just be at a like convention, but like I gotta like, you know,
How's
I
your
don't want.
compartmentalization?
Yeah, so I
Because like
don't
one thing
want
I used
that.
to do is I would take a phone call and it would just be business mode and then the phone call would end. This I did this when I was in real estate. I did this when I owned companies. I just anytime like that phone call rings, a certain names, certain numbers, I will answer. don't answer all of them. And B, if you do answer them and you're at like a special thing, someone better be dying, otherwise you're gonna hang up. So I don't know what kind of like control or you have. Non over on Twitch is wondering if you'd
So
work from home.
yeah, it's similar to that. I'm just like, I don't want to be disrespectful to anyone, right? I want to be a nice person, but
I get it.
You know what I
There
mean?
is a line though where it's like you don't want to be disrespectful to somebody, but you also want to be protective of your time, your life.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that it just like, I really like my time off. I get the fact that, you should do what you like, but like if you're like taking into my time with my wife, kids, I don't have kids yet, but if you're
Right.
taking the time as someone I love and, this and that, your personal life, you should be able to have that moment. And that's what I'm pushing back on. And like the fact is,
and you should control and protect those times and those things. Like if I'm out with my wife, and let's say we go back to real estate, right? If it's a weekend and I get a call from a buyer or a seller and we have nothing lined up, we're under contract, we're waiting for something to happen on Monday because, mortgage stuff happens on Monday. And I see that phone call, there's a text that says, if it's an emergency, call me back. Like if someone's dying, call me back. Otherwise, I'll handle all business on Monday. But again, I don't know your specific deals here, and I mean, feel free to DM me if you want to like talk more specific about it.
yeah,
but yeah, that's just something
I
you
don't wanna
gotta
seem like a
protect your
dick
time. No, you and you're not a dick. That's the
Yeah.
thing. People overinflate the value of loyalty to the company. If the company is trying to take your time away from your loved ones, they don't care about you, and you shouldn't really care about them in that moment. Now, if they will respect that, then you can respect the company and you can be loyal to the company. But it's sort of this mutual thing where if you're worried about them pulling you out at different times, make it a thing that you really lay down the law of like, no, this is my time off, this is my time on, right? There's someone
No,
that had this job, you can
100%. It's
research
just like,
it. Oh, good questions.
Yeah, I feel like, yeah. No, it just, Blaine, you nailed it. You nailed it 100%. And I think it's one of the things that YouTube is just a hobby, and it's fun to do. And sure, I want to see growth because we all want to see it because we do a lot of hard work. So background,
Yeah, and the
thumbnails, and
numbers
everything else.
are like they make it feel like the work meant something, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Totally.
but I love having good streams and talking to have intellectual conversations, and I love talking to people that are like-minded or different. Like I actually like people that disagree with me as well because we expand each other's minds. So the thing is here that people, I'm not trying to be a hater, and like if you blow up my DMs, I'm on TikTok and all that. Now obviously I do TikTok. So my DMs are a little bit different. So,
okay,
I'm not trying to push back on that. It just like one of those things. The fact that respect people's time, and if I don't get back with you instantly, obviously we have life things. And Lena, you're married. I'm not married, but like I'm dating. Like I've told you, we've had discussions privately, right?
Yeah, I
But
know you're
it just
dating.
like it doesn't mean I'm trying to be a dick. It just like I'm trying to prioritize things, and if someone's sending me memes and stuff like that, it doesn't mean if I don't respond to your memes, I'm trying to be a dick. But I'm trying to differentiate between my family, who I'm trying to date, and all this on other things. You see what I'm saying? I'm trying to balance
think
it,
so,
but like,
but I think we're gone from the job at this point. You're talking about
yeah, sorry,
DMs now, so
real life. Sorry.
yeah,
Let's
I
reel
mean,
back.
it's totally fine to ignore a DM. That's the beauty of a DM. Is like a text or DM or email will be there the next day, and if it is super important, someone will call or call again, or if someone's dying, that like they will call and leave a message. You'll get that message. So when it's something that someone just wants to DM you and it's just a meme and you ignore it for 24, 48, a week, I don't think anybody really takes offense to that. I think a lot of people get that you're busy, and the few people that would take offense to that are going to take offense no matter what you say, no matter how long it takes. So I don't fret any of that. So I
No,
wouldn't worry
yeah,
about
you're
that too
right
much.
about that.
I would just,
Yep.
make sure that you're communicating with who you want to communicate and that you're protecting your personal time while still doing enough work and being a part of the company enough to earn promotions, get the money you want, and then also, again, just protect your free time. Your free time is far more important, I think, than
Yeah.
a lot of people say.
No, you're 100% right about that. And you got on the spot. Know what I was saying. You cut through my bullshit. No, it's 100% true because I feel bad about it. I do feel bad about it, but I shouldn't really feel bad about it because,
No.
like what you said, like our time, is of essence, and we'll never get it back. And what you're saying is that, we can't answer all the DMs,
Nope.
right? We can't, and that's what you're saying, and you're understanding what I was saying. You kind of
Totally
cut
got it.
through the glass of what I was saying, so I'll reel it back, and you're 100% right about that. It just like it's impossible to differentiate and go through that time and all this and that, right? Like
Yeah.
I feel bad when I don't check my DMs all the time, but you, as you're married and this and that, and I am trying to move on and I want that eventually, but it just like, you know what I mean? It just like you can't answer everybody else,
No.
and you want to like, this is my major thing. If I have a family member or my mom or my dad or anybody else or Blaine or someone I actually know reaching out to me and I can't check my messages because my messages are too flooded, where it just like overly saturated.
No.
I think that's a huge issue. I think the fact, because I'm not even famous. You're not famous, I'm not famous. So what I'm saying is, please message me if it's important. For the most times, I don't want to seem like a dick.
But you're just tired of the junk. Yeah.
Yeah, show up to my live streams and I'll talk to you.
Yeah.
But I don't mind every now and then, but if it's every freaking day, you get tired of it. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah. You heard him here, folks. Show up to his live streams.
Or just like, show up to my other stuff. I don't want to be a dick, but it's just kind of one of those things that just like.
We all have either a time limit or an energy limit or some sort of limit that affects how much we can interact. And that's why I think if you do, very few people have like my phone number. So if I'm getting a text or a phone call and the people that have my phone number know not to send me a Twitter DM, because I'm probably not going to see the Twitter DM, not because I'm famous, but because I have a flood of weird Twitter DMs all the time from every want to join this Bitcoin thing that always are popping off, right?
Dude.
So
exactly.
It's not like you're not being rude, you're not being anything like that, and people get it. I send plenty of DMs that don't get even seen, right? It happens when you're trying to reach out and do stuff, and I don't take offense from any of those people, and neither should they. I am gonna cut you off because Waifu gave me the red lights about a half hour ago. So, you got your stream this weekend, right?
Yeah.
And you're going to
thanks
Gen Con?
for having me on, man. I'll leave you 3,000. You're a good dude. I would give you my cell phone. So like,
Well, don't say it
doesn't
right
mean
now.
for-
We're live, okay?
Yeah, 765. Fuck off. Just kidding. I'm joking. I can joke. But no, Blaine, you've always been a real dude and a good, a nice person. I enjoy my conversations with you. You've been really respected, well spoken, and I dig your cut. So,
Thank
with that being said, check me out on Tim Possible Official on Instagram and TikTok, where I hang out with my reloads because they're weird. But hit me up though, reloads. I do have a reload army. I do have a lot of weird people that slide into my DMs. That's why I bring it up tonight. So I was trying to bring light on that. But Blaine is a really good dude. So you know, check me out on Sundays at 9 p.m. ET. I think we're gonna bring back the Over 9,000 podcast and talk about, uh, Dragon Ball Z. But then we also have something that's going pretty people seem to like. There's a new The Last Jedi things. I know Blaine's not really into that, but I definitely want to have Blaine on soon. He's a good dude, and that's the reason why I came on again. He's just a fantastic guy, and I'm sorry for shilling out.
No,
but
I'm asking you to chill.
yeah,
your
yeah,
outro. You're good.
yeah, but yeah, Tim Possible Official on Instagram and on Twitter and also on TikTok. And please follow me at Tim's Talk. That's why I put T2. So,
Yep.
yeah, thanks for having me on, man. I
Got your
love you
link in
3000.
chat. Always good to chat. Have a good one. I will catch you later. I'm bouncing you out, do the outro, and then I'm shutting it down because I need to sleep.
All right, man. Peace.
All right. Everyone, thank you very much for joining me on this Waifu Wednesday. We went a little longer than I was expecting. I now have to go fall asleep as fast as possible so that I can wake up at 6 a.m. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Go enjoy some anime, and I will catch you tomorrow at 7 o'clock Pacific time. Kampai, everybody.